Yeah, welcome to the second attempt at streaming Hellblade Senuas Sacrifice today. Previously I had issues with the stream performance. I hope I fix it. I'm not sure. We will see. I have the game in German for my German viewers with German subtitles, but the voice is in English anyways, voices are in English anyways, and I'll talk in English. Keep in mind, you should wear headphones. You should wear headphones for this game, as noted down there. Yeah, down there. Yeah, the 3D audio is way better with headphones. So let's jump into the game. I deleted the save, so yeah, we start anew. We weren't far yet, so that's not an issue. But I had to lower the game quality and change some OBS scenes. Hi.
Who are you?
I'm Romy B.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter that I'm Romy B?
Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the welcome.
Safe with me.
I'd like...
Right here. Nice and close so I can speak without alerting the others.
Okay, but I'd like to talk with the viewers. Is that
Let me
okay?
tell you about Senua.
But I'd like to introduce the...
Her story has already come to an end, but now
It ended. Okay, good. Then we can... Ended? Continue? What? What now? Well, okay.
It's
The-
breathing. It's breathing.
oh,
He knows she's getting closer. He can feel her coming closer. She's getting closer. They're watching. They're watching. They're watching. They're watching.
this is a journey deep into darkness.
yeah. That's why I
There'll be
choose
no
it
more
for
stories
Halloween.
after this one.
Did I say no story after this one?
They're watching.
But Hellblade 2 is announced.
This for him.
Yeah.
He's I can feel you coming.
Yeah. I'd like to welcome the viewers.
Rude of me.
So, this is a game
I never told you of the others.
I've
Too, right?
I've played previously
They've
alone,
been around
privately,
since the tragedy.
and
That's not quite true.
it's great.
Some are old, some are new, but they've changed.
Now, if you have your
I
headphones
think
up,
the darkness changed them, just like it changed her.
you hear her speaking from the left, current left.
Can you see them? Over there.
So,
Why aren't you looking? He's in hell high.
there.
Up ahead.
Hell high.
You see
And-
it too?
You promised you gave
Yes. It is real after all. She's finally arrived in the land of mist and fog. The place the Northmen call hell.
Okay.
Turn back.
Now from here, whoops,
It's not safe. Go back. Go back. Go back. Go back. It's not safe.
It's them. They're here.
So yeah, Senua is rowing through this water, and soon we will control her. Graphics are great.
Look around and you'll see them.
I've played this
The drowned, the sick.
before on PS4.
Here they lie, rotting in
Um,
the fields and rivers of hell.
And
Don't always lie still here. This is not a place of rest.
Can't do this. Go back. Go back. They're going to
Yeah.
do that to you. Can you see them? Can you see them? They're going to do that to you. They're watching. Stop. Can you feel them watching?
they are watching, okay. So, yeah,
You're so close to the darkness.
okay. By the way, how's the game audio? I might want to check the mixer.
What is she thinking? I can tell you. She's afraid. Wouldn't you be? You'd think she would get used to it by now after so many years. But the darkness, it just builds onto itself, growing stronger, towering over her. You might try and ignore it, turn away. But it's always there, just out of sight, where you're most vulnerable.
Okay, yeah.
It's like it knows that just enough light
Corpses.
is all you
Were
need to see it
there
suffocating.
always this many corpses in this cave? Wow. Okay.
They can feel you.
You might think she's brave to go on this journey on her own. But it isn't bravery that drives her.
Not? Okay.
Bravery only means something to those afraid of death.
Okay.
Senua's fear runs far, far deeper.
So we are here again. Okay.
What is she looking at? What is she leaving behind? I know what she's thinking.
What is she's thinking?
I hear her thoughts. It's not too late to get into the boat and go back.
Should we go back?
No one will judge her. No one will ever know.
No one, really.
Oh, she heard us. There's no going back.
No? Okay.
You can't do it.
Senua pushes away a world that conspired to cause so much suffering. There's nothing to go back to, and worse to look forward to. Why don't you join us? Maybe you too have a part to play in this story.
Okay. Let's try to play a part in this story. Yeah, it's great how the audio is done here. And focus, okay.
Do not forget my stories, Senua. Because your darkness comes from hell, and your fate lies there.
Okay.
They say the burning of a corpse will take you straight to Hela's gate. But gods and the living will follow this path. You must leave the Isles of Orkney across the eastern sea and find a road that leads north and down through deep, dark valleys.
Okay.
After 9 nights of riding, you will follow a great river and will find a bridge covered in gold.
Okay.
The path to Helheim goes from there,
Bridge covered in
across the river
gold.
of knives that flows from the dark world of Niflheim.
Okay. Okay, let's go. Corpses.
They're coming. You can't do this. Go back. They're coming now. They're coming.
Run. Run. Okay.
Darkness is coming. Yearn for life.
Darkness is coming, okay.
Like a pack of wolves on a hunt. But she's not stopping.
No, okay.
Not this time.
Can you see it?
Oh.
Land of mist and fog.
He's in there.
The old fool was right.
You see it?
What was it he said? The river of knives across which lies the halls of hell. The place they call Helheim.
Hell.
He's lost.
Where is he?
I hear you.
Okay.
He's there, you know it.
There's no doubt
I
about
was
it.
dropping some frames, but
The source of the
okay.
darkness is in Helheim.
Now
And the goddess
I'm dropping
Hela holds his
frames.
soul there.
I
My
don't
dear
like
beloved.
it.
Dillian.
Okay, let's continue. Well, this area is heavy on the
Why is she doing
system,
this? Why doesn't she turn back?
but
She's doing
yeah,
this
I
He's already dead.
I hope it's not too bad. I'm dropping some frames and it's
He's in Helheim. His soul still lives.
annoying.
She needs to save his soul. She wants his soul to be at peace. She needs to lay him to rest. He's already dead. She can save him.
Quite nice graphics here.
Do you
The
know where
bridge
you
to
are?
Helheim. I forget its name. She forgets too. But she does
But-
remember that only the dead may cross it. That part.
Only the
wasn't so
dead may
easy to
cross the
forget.
bridge. Okay.
The old fool said
So
there was
this
a
is
hidden
where
way
I
to it.
stopped the stream
Let's see, shall we?
in the afternoon because I was dropping frames quite heavily. I don't think as much as now. So currently it's okay. I hope it stays that way. I was quite for a long time checking out the water physics there during test streaming, and it stayed relatively okay. I have changed some things, and yeah, I really hope it's good enough. So yeah, these stones here, they give us an interesting story
The Northmen speak of
if we
9
focus on them.
worlds. The world of men they call Midgard. Sky gods dwell in
Midgard?
Asgard. The gods of earth, harvest,
Asgard?
wind, and sea dwell in Vanaheim. The good elves
Vanaheim?
dwell in Alfheim. The evil ones dwell in Svartalfheim. The mountain giants dwell in Jotunheim. The fire giants dwell in
Jotunheim.
Muspelheim.
Muspelheim,
Niflheim is the world of ice
Niflheim.
and darkness.
and one I
Only the
missed,
dead dwell in Helheim,
and Helheim.
and that is where you must travel.
Okay, we must go to Helheim. Okay.
Look down, look down, look down.
That's it, that's it, that's it, that's it. That's the way.
This is the way? Okay, good. It's not like I don't know it, I've played the game before. Okay, and again... Oh. Yeah, my avatar is a bit laggy. I don't know why. There is the window there, okay.
You're in danger.
That's strange. Why am I dropping so many frames? Whatever. That's how it is.
Get down.
What's she waiting for?
Turn around. Why did she do that?
Okay.
She shouldn't have done it. She can't go back now.
No, I shouldn't have done
This
it.
is it.
Really?
The hidden path.
Yeah, this is it. Okay.
It's going to hurt you.
It's going to hurt, really?
Dangerous.
Don't kill me.
No?
I'm not one of them.
Don't listen.
I was just hiding. I find I live longer that way.
Ah, okay.
Never let the bastards catch me again. Never! Wait. Who are you?
Yes, who am I?
Is that you?
For my tales of the Northmen, they call me Druth. A liar.
He's
An
I'm
old
dropping
fool.
frames.
Truth is my truth.
It's good to see you again. You kept your vow.
Guide you
I'm dropping
this
frames.
life and the next. I will tell you my stories of hell, if I may walk with you.
Tell me your stories again, old friend. I'm listening.
The runes seal the gates to hell. Focus your inner eye,
Okay.
and you too will see what's hidden in plain sight.
Use your eyes.
I was dropping frames. It's not nice.
She can't focus. I can see one.
A
Hold it in your
rune.
mind's eye. Find one like it to open the
Find
gate.
one like it. Like this?
It's the secret.
Look towards the gate, and the gate will open.
The gate opens. Nice. Yeah.
The gate is open. Go through the gate. Go through it. It's dangerous. Follow it. What's behind it?
Okay. Why do I drop frames in the
Spent 6
cutscenes?
years enslaved in hell, but I watched the Northmen,
Okay.
learnt their ways.
I know you did.
You listened when everyone else laughed. My people paid a heavy price. Carry my stories with you, and together we will make the Northmen feel our fury.
That's a far drop.
Another voice joins us.
Okay.
She once tried to make them go away. Pretend they weren't real.
Okay.
But what good is that? When we are always here.
Well. I want to get a binaural microphone at one point.
I guess it's the same with heights.
Okay.
You can stand on the edge. Pretend it's going to be okay. But you know that death is near. Waiting for you to make that little slip. You can't just wish things away.
Yeah, don't fall. Don't fall. Oh, okay. Third stone.
The world of the dead is ruled by the giantess, Hela,
Hela, okay.
daughter of Loki.
Okay.
The gods feared her bloodline, bad on her mother's side and yet much worse on her father's.
Okay.
So, as a child, the All-Father cast her down into Helheim and gave her power over those who die of sickness, age, hardship, and self-slaughter.
Self-slaughter.
In all of the 9
Not
worlds,
auto-slaughter.
only Hela can resurrect the dead. To Hela, your Dillion was sacrificed,
Okay.
and with her you must bargain.
So let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. Why am I dropping frames? So sad. Oh, this place.
Stay back. Look at it. You have to open it.
The gate to Helheim divides the living from the dead. Is that the face of Hela herself?
I don't
The
know.
half-rotten goddess that rules over Helheim. Whatever horrors lie behind that door, she must find him.
Okay.
Shh. Someone's here.
Oh, okay. I'm dropping frames again? Why the heck?
You took him from me. I beg you. Let him go. I'll give you what you want. I won't resist anymore.
Okay.
Just give him back.
I don't know if I can. Okay. A is evade. B is attack. X is so evade is okay. On the Switch Pro controller B, I assume. Block is right bumper. Whoops. Yeah, okay. Okay. Okay.
End it now. This is nearly the end.
And he's down. Now this one. And I think this one I cannot.
Stop them.
Ah, yeah, I think this fight I cannot win. Yeah. Ugly.
A vision of what's to come. Poor Senua. The darkness does not bargain. It does not reason. It is rot. And now it has taken hold. It will spread towards her head, the seat of the soul, until there is nothing left of her.
Oh god.
All of her suffering will have been for nothing. It's just a matter of time.
The dark rot will grow each time you fail. Okay, if the rod reaches Senua's head, her quest is over. And all progress will be lost. This was quite a big controversy. But yeah, I'm playing on hard, we'll see how it goes.
The hardest battles are fought in the mind. That is what Dillian taught her.
Okay.
With every defeat, the dark rot will grow and soon it will take her soul. But for now, at least, she still has control of her mind. And she will fulfill her vow, whatever the cost.
Okay. We will try to help her.
He's not ready.
Listen to me, Senua. The goddess Hela lies behind the gate to Helheim. To open the gate, you must first face the gods that guard it.
Okay.
The god of fire, Surt, and the god of illusion, Valravan. Spill their blood to open the gate to Helheim and enter the land of the dead.
Okay.
To Dillian.
So this is
To Dillian. To his soul.
another.
Would say that in the beginning there was nothing but darkness. Bitter cold to the north, fiery hot to the south.
Okay.
They say the cold formed ice, which melted from the sparks from the south. The power of the darkness gave life to the dripping ice, and the first giant was born, and was named Ymir. The ice.
Valravan,
Ah.
ancestor of the seers and master of ravens. He hunts his prey with his powers of illusion and feasts on their remains.
Should we do this first?
Follow the path to Valravan and defeat him in battle to earn his mark. The gate to Helheim cannot
Okay.
be opened without it.
Okay. I want to listen to that story again. Are bumper and trigger? No, they are not mixed. Okay. Right.
The Northmen say that in the beginning there was nothing but darkness.
Okay.
Bitter cold to the north, fiery
Fiery
hot
hot.
to the south.
And
They say the cold formed ice, which melted from the sparks from the south. The power of the darkness gave life to the dripping ice, and the first giant was born,
okay.
and was named Ymir. The ice continued to drip, and the power of the void gave life to it, and it became a cow,
What?
whose milk fed the giant. That's right, a cow. But you weren't expecting that.
Not really, except I was, because you've told it before to me. Okay, we need either need an N or an arrow to the above, I think. Yeah. The here the path splits and comes back to here, and yeah. So let's see, there's another one of those room thingies. This is the N, okay.
Ymir was a frost giant,
Was he?
a being of darkness. And all his sons and grandsons were dark after him.
Okay.
Of his daughters and granddaughters, some were monstrous, but others fair.
Okay.
But there was another who came from the ice. Buri. In shape, he was like a man, big and powerful.
Buri.
His son, Bor, took a fair giant to be his wife, and they had 3 sons. Odin was the eldest. The Northmen hold him to be the foremost of the gods.
Okay.
All father.
Okay. So Odin is the son of Buri and a fair giant. Okay. Okay. Oh, here.
Illusion hides the path to Balram.
Okay.
Don't trust your eyes.
Okay, we won't trust our
Find
eyes.
another way to see the truth.
So let's close our eyes. Can I close my eyes? On the avatar, I mean. Okay, so where do we go? Maybe there? Well, now I don't know where to go. I'm walking into a wall, I assume. Now towards something bright. Hmm. I'm stuck. Okay, let's watch the screen. He said don't trust, not don't use, so... Where am I? Ah, okay.
It's a door.
Door?
Push it. Push it. Push it.
This you call a door? Well, okay, kinda.
On, push
It's a
it.
door over something, so... yeah. Well...
She did it.
wasn't difficult. Well... So we should not trust our eyes. That entrance is closed. It's for sure it's not open. You see, it's closed. So we cannot go through it. We cannot trust our eyes. So now it appears like it's open, but no, it's not. It's,
We all want to see
of
behind
course,
the
it's
veil,
closed.
don't
We cannot. We will walk into a wall if we try to go through,
we?
right?
Mostly just close
So-
our eyes again and pretend what we saw was never really there.
So we will be We will not be stuck here. Okay, good. So, maybe it was the other way around. Maybe we would have been able to go through. Well, I don't know. So, yeah, let's go up here. Okay.
Senua never could close her eyes,
No?
however hard she tried.
We did previously, but we are not Senua. We are playing as Senua. So, maybe that's the key difference. So, darkness. Will we fight here? We will. Okay, probably. Most likely.
This is the price she pays for seeing things differently.
Okay.
Because once you gaze into the relentless darkness, all that lurks within it can see you too.
Darkness looks back. Danger? Okay. Okay. Let's fight.
Finish this. End it now.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and another one. We might need to start waiting.
He's down. Finish it.
Okay, currently I'm only using light attacks. And that did it. Okay.
The Northmen will not stop her. She will find what she's looking for.
Okay, good to know. So another door with some symbol.
Valravan's power of illusion comes from ravens. Align the ravens to break his magic seal.
Show me what you have seen, Truth.
So
Look how much it's changed.
that would be the symbol, but it's the wrong way around, and the smallest part is too small and the biggest part is too big, or correct, or whatever. And now we again need to not trust our eyes. So great, this game. So
To break the seal, align the ravens with the mark of Valravan.
okay. Did I miss any of these room thingies? Focus. Yeah. And the door will open now.
Something's shifted. Something's happened.
Change.
Shifted. Can you feel it?
Can I feel it? I'm not sure. Let me check if there's some room thingy back here. Doesn't look like it. Okay. Before we progress, we should find all room thingies. So, open the door, shall we?
Do you feel it too? It's like crossing into another world that looks the same but feels
Different.
an imposter world
Lie on a tree.
where the forest itself is watching.
Forest is watching, literally. Not figuratively, literally. And the walls are watching as well. Especially this one. This one is creepy.
Another gate.
Now,
Another gate.
yeah, another gate.
Stay back. You have to open it. It's not.
So, not this gate, another gate.
You can do it.
No, it's... yeah. Let's open this gate as well.
Break the seal. Align the ravens with the mark of Valravan.
So we have to get up there. But... again...
Which ravens? Can't you see them?
there is part
The ravens.
of the way missing. And again... we should not trust our eyes. Is there a wall?
I hear
Or
something.
is there not?
If you hear the soul of Valravan, follow it, and it will lead you to him. But be aware of his illusions. You can't always trust him.
Silence me.
So... let's challenge this. Goes.
It's not your fault. Valravan's soul. Listen, focus. Focus. Focus.
So... what does this door change? Ah, this door changes this wall. All the glowing all the glowing tree stumps change something. Now I have a feeling that there is he's there. But not anymore. Now this
Is she lost?
changes something there.
Last winter, before the tragedy, she journeyed into the wilds of her native land, living off berries, roots, and rabbits. It's not uncommon, you see.
This is
Call
close
such a
from this
person a
side.
Gelt. Some, like truth, become Gelt in search of penance. Others, like Senua, to purge a curse. Those who make it back
So
are forever changed.
Senua became a gull to purge a curse. So yeah, we will hear more about that later. But yeah, let's open this door as well. Now let's go up here and no, let's go up there.
The ribbon is here. Can you see? It's there.
Okay. But this door repairs that stair way.
She can get up now.
Okay, now I'm wondering,
How can she get out? Must be magic. A trick.
is there a secret I've missed?
How can she get out? Wait, it's him. Dark magic draws her
Because
closer.
if I go
He's helping her. It's
back
not him. It's a trick.
here
On her own. He's not tricking her. It's magic. It's an illusion.
and rebuild the wall, I cannot get up there. Yeah, that's a rune thingy. Okay. Did I ever get this on my PS4? Okay. So okay, this is the second one of this
The
area.
Northmen say that Odin and his brothers killed Ymir,
Okay.
and that the world of men was formed from his corpse. They made his bones into stone, and his flesh into earth, and his blood into the salt sea. They set his skull to be the bowl of the sky, with his brains for clouds. Odin and his brothers caught the sparks flying from Muspel and made them into stars. And to protect the new world from the giants, they used Ymir's great curving eyebrows as walls.
So the world is made out of Ymir. Okay. Okay. How can I? Ah, no. Now we can get up here. And we can focus. Okay. No text. Okay. Okay.
We picture fear, and we think of a shadow in the woods, a creature in the night. If only it were that simple.
If only, yeah.
The worst kind comes without warning. A deep and primal signal from within. A reminder that just because you cannot see the threat, it doesn't mean that it's not already here.
Yeah.
Valravn, he's there. She can't go in. Has to find another route. Truth says there's always another route. Find a way.
Yeah, the door is locked and we need to find another way. And I think we have found it here. And we have also maybe found an enemy. Whoops. I think evading is often better than blocking. Okay, we've done it. Good.
She's hurt. She's injured. She won't make it.
So now we can get up there. And there's another rune thingy.
The Northmen say you must sacrifice in order to receive. They tell how the runes were revealed to Odin only in sacrifice. He hung himself from the world tree, and he stabbed himself with a spear, and he dedicated the sacrifice to himself.
So
For 9 nights he hung on the tree without food or drink, and at last he saw the runes below him. He gave a cry, and gathered them in his mind and learnt them. Then he fell from the tree.
he sacrificed himself to himself. That's some egotistical move. Yeah. Good. Now this area.
Do you know what it's like to leave everything behind? Your home,
Not really.
loved ones. To head deep into the wilds. Perhaps never to return.
Not really. And I'm glad about
Senua
it.
does.
Mm.
Because when darkness speaks, it changes everything.
Mm.
Turning home into a foreign land and loved ones into strangers. Exile makes sense when you realize that you were never really home in the first place.
Yeah, okay. Now, where am I going? Not really the correct way, right? There's another door. I should drink something. Too many ravens. Two doors with Malraven. So
The song. Balraven. Balraven's song. It's over here. It's over here. Is that? It's over there. No, it's here.
it's everywhere.
Listen, focus, listen. It's magic. It's magic.
What does this change?
This
Okay.
reminds her of something.
The forest.
Where? Which forest? The forest in the wilds.
The wilds.
She left Gilead. She went to the wilds a long time ago. Why did she go to the wilds?
She wanted to fight her own darkness. She thought she could beat her own darkness.
Did she beat her darkness?
No,
No?
it nearly killed
She didn't
her.
beat her darkness in the wild?
Druth helped her.
Ruth
She's dead.
helped her.
She
Okay,
can't
good.
beat her own darkness.
Not even with
She
the help
wanted
of
to marry
Ruth.
Dillian.
Dillian.
To beat her own darkness and marry Dillian.
Okay.
But she didn't worry.
She thought her curse would affect
Dillian is the one whose head we are carrying around, right?
She thought she'd bring the darkness to him too. She
Ah,
nearly died.
She thought the curse made her tainted.
so
Druth helped her.
if we look through this, a lot of the glowing thingies are gone.
The ravens. They've gone. No.
Half of them have gone.
Half of them.
Some are still there.
But where?
No, ravens.
So
It's a trick.
Quiet. I can't think. Out in the wilds,
we need to go to the other.
in cold winter woods.
Where have they gone?
She no longer felt fit for this world. She almost gave in to the
Now she auto runs. That's nice.
She remembered Dillian's words. She remembered her promise. She resolved to fight on and kill that which had become a part of her.
The bridge is repaired. Now, this door is closed, right?
Open it.
No, we can't.
Not from this side.
And now we need to find another way in. Maybe there is a way in. This is the way in. So we can open the door because if we go up and if we want to go there, we cannot because the wall is away. The wall vanished, but we need the wall. So let's get the wall back, I'd say. Because now we can go through the door. And we can climb this ladder. And walk on the wall.
The ravens.
And this way,
There's three.
all ravens except
She did it. What does it
3
Looking back,
are gone.
I was so naive to think she could banish it on her own. The further she saw into the darkness, the more she struggled to see anything at all. And the gloom, the smallest hints of shape, sound, thought, grew in strength until they consumed her whole. Before she knew it, the darkness had her in its claws.
So
The Northmen say that Odin is always in search of knowledge and wisdom and magic. There was a very wise being named Mimir, who guarded the waters
Mimir,
of wisdom
okay.
which flow from the roots of the world tree. Odin wished to drink from this spring, but he had to pay a price. So he gouged out his own eye as offering to Mimir. He drank from the well,
drastic.
traded one way of seeing for another.
Okay. Well, if that's what he wanted. Now let's get back to the entry. No, first we need to find a way to align the ravens. Question is how? Somewhere here? Yeah.
broken. The gate is open.
Okay.
Open.
Now we need to find a
There's no
way
such
to
thing
get
as
to the
victory
gate.
when it comes to the darkness. It's like it doesn't want to kill her. Yet. It will gnaw at her, biding its time. Only when she is at her weakest will it strike to kill. Will she find Dillian before her time comes?
We'll see. We'll see. Now, all around.
Overcome Valravan's final illusion to face him in his keep. I know you can
Okay.
do it, Senua.
We'll
have
try.
the sight.
We both see the darkness. We can fight it together.
Okay. Now, this seems to be not the correct way. Can we go through here? Yes, we can. Up here. So this changes what? There's an additional 3 trump.
Speak to me,
Is that the
Drew.
right word?
Tell me a story.
Senua,
Okay.
listen. I will tell you the tale of a man called Findan. The Northmen
Findan,
captured
okay.
Findan's sister, and his father sent him to pay for her release. But they took his gold, put him in chains, and held him for a day and a night without food or water. Then they
Oh.
released him.
Not nice.
I don't know why. Upon his return, his father's enemies in Erin set fire to his home. His father
Okay.
burned to death, and his brother was killed. But he escaped with sorrow in his heart. His father's enemies
Okay.
offered redress for his loss and invited him to a feast. It was at a hall near the sea. But when he went there, they betrayed him to the Northmen, who enslaved him and took him to hell. 6 years later,
Not really
his
nice
slave masters
story.
landed on the shores of Orkney, burning all before them. And into that fire, Findan made his escape. What was Findan burnt away that day. From the flames, a new man stepped forward, and Druth was born.
So, that's the backstory.
The man that
Who
I am
you
now.
are. That's how you
And though
became
Findan
true.
never set eyes on his dear sister again, I, Druth, have found you, Senua.
I wish he could have seen my home before these dark times.
Now we need to get to the middle. In order to... One moment. Okay. Let's focus.
Broken. The gate is open. Open.
This darkness. I know it from the wilds. It's coming back for me.
Okay.
I'm still here. Are you?
Yes.
didn't end well in the wilds. It never does. You think you can overcome the darkness.
What's eating Senua?
Make sense of it. And once relief settles in, it strikes out of nowhere, throwing you helplessly back into the maelstrom, drowning the mind in fear, deeper,
It's scary.
deeper, dragging you down so far into the void that maybe this time
Why is there
there is no coming
beast
back.
eating Senua? What's happening?
But there, in the darkness,
Help yourself, Senua.
she remembered what he told her.
Hear me. Reach out to me. Senua. Take my iron mirror. Look into it, for it is a window into the underworld. Within, you will see the face of the darkness that you fear.
So we need
And
to
if you focus
on
like
the
I have taught you to,
iron.
you will also see that as much as
Mirror.
the darkness has you trapped within its veil, it too is trapped within yours.
Okay.
Focus.
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 I see you. I see you now. You led me to the wilds. You trapped me there.
Okay, now we can attack. Ouch, 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 ouch. Ah, get up, get up, get up, get up.
Remember your training.
Ouch. Ouch. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Ah, okay.
They're overwhelming.
Surrounding her. She's going to lose.
What's the key to run LB?
He can read. Ended it.
I'm charging my mirror.
She will die.
Ouch. Ouch.
Get up quick.
Ouch. Ah, let's use one. Well, whatever. Shit. Get up. Whoops. Ouch. Ah, shit. Get up. Okay. Ouch. Whoops. Okay. Okay. Ouch. Ouch. Get up.
They've surrounded us.
I'm getting out of the way. Ouch. Okay. Again, I have two. Okay. These are good to charge. Whoops. The mirror arms.
Focus now. Focus. You can focus. Focus now. Get up quickly. Focus.
I should use one if I have 3 fools.
Focus now. Focus now. Focus.
He's down. Yeah, he was Shadow Beast, kinda. Shadow mode, so I needed to focus. Ow. Is out? Yeah, it's the only way. Now I have no full focus, that's annoying. Ouch. Ouch. Shit. Okay.
Go.
Okay.
Quickly get up!
The mirror.
Okay.
Focus! It's the only way.
Ouch.
She's injured.
No, not a good time. 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 No, I cannot go to the phone.
I never beat you in the wilds, did I? It was an illusion. But not this time!
The mark of Valravan, one of the keys to the gate to Helheim. Hold it in your mind's eye.
With every battle, the darkness grows stronger. Every victory bringing her closer to defeat. Unfair, isn't it? In those dark winter nights in the wilds, there were times when she considered letting go. If it weren't for truth, a chance encounter in the wilds, she would not have heard his stories of the Northmen. And she would not have this chance to find Dillion's soul.
I'm coming. I still hear you.
Okay, yeah, sorry I had to go to the phone and yeah, yeah, was unexpected but happens. Okay. Okay, let's continue. We fought Valravan. I missed the stuff that was said at the end, but that shouldn't be too big of an issue. So yeah, let's continue. Do I have all the runes? Or did I miss any rune? I'm not sure if I have all runes. We will see.
When she was younger, she would lay in the grass and stare at the clouds. And as she saw them, elusive, shifting faces. After a while, she could see the faces everywhere. The trees, the mountains, caves.
Okay. Now I'm really wondering if I've found all room thingies. So I would be happy if I could find one of those.
I wonder, can you see the faces too? They're there,
Like
if you look for them.
this one?
Mother. Senua, you have the sight. Just like I do. Once you can see into the underworld and all the souls within it will see you. Don't be afraid when they speak to you.
Okay.
I will always be here to guide you.
Okay.
Did you see her? That was her mother, Galina. She was a priestess, a healer. She taught Senua to see the weave that binds the world together.
Okay.
And it was beautiful. It was a time before the darkness. But when it did come, it first came for her mother.
Sad.
Senua still sees her face from time to time, hidden in the world. Like she's still watching over.
Now the question
He
is,
misses her so much.
did I miss any rune thingy? Let's check. Yes, I'm missing one. I'm missing one. Where is it? I'm pretty sure I'm missing one. I think I need to go back. Yeah, I need to check again. I'm missing one. But where? Shit, I'm pretty sure it is close to, the fight. Pretty sure. Let me check again. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Do I need to look it up online? I hope not. Where is it? It has to be somewhere here.
Speak to me, Druth. Tell me a story.
Senua,
Again?
listen.
Okay.
I will tell you the tale of a man called Findan.
Okay.
The
We
Northmen
have heard that
captured
already.
Findan's sister, and his father sent him to pay for her release. But they took his gold, put him in chains, and held him for a day and a night without food or water. Then they released him. I don't know why. Upon his return, his father's enemies in Erin set fire to his home. His father burnt to death, and his brother was killed. But he escaped with sorrow in his heart. His father's enemies offered redress for his loss and invited him to a feast. It was at a hall near the sea. But when he went there, they betrayed him to the Northmen, who enslaved him and took him to hell. 6 years later, his slave masters landed on the shores of Orkney, burning all before them. And into that fire, Findan made his escape. What was Findan burnt away that day. But from the flames, a new man stepped forward, and Druth was born. Druth, the man that I am now.
Can I not
Findan
get there
never
anymore?
set eyes on his dear sister again. I, Druth, have found you, Senua.
I wish you could have seen my home before these dark times.
Wait. Can I not? Wait. Wait. I have a feeling it's back there, but I'm not sure. Or is it not? Or is it up here? Where is it? Where is the last rune thingy? I got that one. Is there another one here? There might be. There might be another one here. Where? I might need to look it up. Why can I not go over these anymore? Is there one back there? Do I need to go through it twice to make it make it possible to go over it again? Yeah, that helped. Okay. Maybe the same thing is true for... Is it back there? Can I? Probably cannot. Or can I? No. Let's... I have the feeling that it's... I don't know. I have a feeling where it might be. I try to get there, and if it is there, it's nice, and if not, I'll look up on the internet where it is. So, yeah. I think that's a good compromise. So... now it should be possible to go there again, but we will see. Strange bug. Strange. Now it's working again. But... is the rune up here? No, right? No, it's not. It's also not here. So... yeah. I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure. I'll look up the solution on the internet. No, not here. Here. Okay. While Ravens... right before entering the ravine, turn around at the illusion gate on the right to find us. Okay. So it is... it is back here. Can I go down here? No, I cannot. Can I? I don't need to go back this way. Okay. I want to go down here. Okay. Sorry, that took too long. So it's at the beginning of this area. So, yeah. Great. So... wait. Where was the beginning? Cannot remember. I came through here from over there. Where did I enter? I thought it was opposite of the store. Apparently not. I came from here? From up here, maybe? From here? Yeah, maybe from here. That might be it. Wait. Here it is. Finally. Wow.
The Northmen say that Odin has 2 ravens. Their names are Thought and Memory, and each day he sends them out to fly all across the world. Upon their return, they perch on his shoulders and tell him everything they have seen and heard. In this way, he learns of things far and wide, and for this reason, he is called the Raven God. Senua, like Odin, you must seek wisdom through thought and memory if you are to succeed in your quest.
Okay. Now we can go back, finally. Wow. Finally. Now I'll do the next part and half of the part after that, and then I'll eat dinner, I think. So yeah. Okay, but I need to drink something. Where's the way? Ah, this way. No, I don't want to listen to that again. Okay. Okay. Now that way, and I can finally go further here. Okay. Ouch. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Whoa.
Finish this.
I should fill up my... Whoops.
Come this far, she needs to keep going.
My weight is better, yeah. One mirror part filled.
It's not over. It's not over.
Ouch, ouch.
He's down. She's ready. You're capable. Remember your training.
Second mirror part filled.
Quickly get up. They're coming. She's injured. She's not gonna make it. Quickly get up. They're coming. She's injured. She's not gonna make it.
Third mirror shot. Mirror part filled.
She won't make it.
Too many with only one. Okay. Ooh.
Hurt this blood.
Ooh.
Get up quickly. Get up. She can still do it. Get out of the way.
Ouch. Okay.
Take him down. Take him down.
Okay, done.
The gate. She needs to go back. She can't. It won't open.
I need the second part.
There's another challenge.
She hasn't challenged Cert.
Let's challenge Cert.
Surt, the fire giant has answered. He comes from a land older than mankind. And the Northmen call upon his flaming sword to raise their enemies to the ground.
Whew. Okay.
Find him, Senua,
Well.
and spill his blood.
Ah, well.
She found the wretched old fool on her way back from the wilds. An outcast. He was badly burnt all over. She took pity on him, for he was not long for this world. Like her, who spoke of his own darkness.
Okay.
The Northmen.
The Northmen tell this story. Before the Earth was created, there was a world called Muspel.
Muspel, okay.
Because it was in the south, it was bright and hot, flaming,
This is
burning.
of what?
Sparks that flew out from Muspel became the stars. Other sparks melted ice in the frozen world of Niflheim,
Okay.
creating the body of the first giant, Ymir.
Okay.
Muspel is one of the 9 worlds,
Okay.
and is now the land of the fire giants. People elsewhere cannot endure a journey there.
Cannot. Okay. Well. Okay.
Senua, we each walk these lands gazing towards different horizons, some of us further than
Okay.
others. Your
Mhm.
father cannot see what you see, but there is nothing wrong
Yeah.
with seeing the world the way you do.
No. Yeah. Now with the sword challenges, first we have to fight. Yes. Swords. Mirror parts.
Don't give up. Don't give up.
That's the second one. Or was it the first? I think it might have been the first. So the mirror part thingies are only for inside one fight?
End it now.
I'm not sure. Ouch.
Don't let them surround you. Behind you.
Ouch. Ouch.
It's not over. It's not over. You can do it. Keep going. Finish this. End it now.
Do I have already 2 parts? I might have.
It's not over. It's not over. You can do it. Keep going. Finish this. End it now. Finish.
Ouch, ouch.
Ignore the pain.
I didn't want to waste 2. Well, what happened happened. I have 1 now.
Don't let them get behind you.
Ouch.
Anticipate your moves.
Okay. Whew. Now here we need to find 2 symbols.
I can see the snippet.
human flesh.
Burning human flesh, not
I
nice.
still hear their cries carried in the wind. Do you hear them too, Senuas?
Yes, I heard their screams, and I still hear them now. The winds.
Wait, where?
Focus.
Ah, here. Okay.
The path to Hellheim is sealed to the living. But you
So we have to die?
walk amongst the dead.
We do.
Look towards
Okay.
the gate, and you will see that it has. Look towards the gate, and you will see that
Yeah.
it has opened.
Okay.
When they first came to my lands, I knew enough of their tongue to beg for mercy, and they took me as a slave. I wish now that they had slaughtered me like the others. I rode their storm of fire, death, and slavery to many lands. This darkness you speak of, I know it well.
And I'm still here to fight it.
Okay. So let's fight it.
Stop! She will die. Stop!
Get up, quickly! She's hurt. She won't make it.
Okay. Ooh.
Quickly, get up!
Ouch.
It's not over. It's not over.
Don't let them get behind you.
Ooh.
Behind you.
Vengeance! Nobody cares.
Ooh.
You won!
It's not our blood, I'd say.
You're behind you!
Get up, quick!
Ah.
It's not over. It's not over. You can do it. Keep going.
She's injured! She's not gonna make it.
Okay. We've done this.
When you see a fire gate of soot, know that only a sacrifice will stoke the fires of Muspel
Okay.
and let the dead walk through.
Okay.
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
So let's find the fire. It's here. Now here, yeah. We need it to focus. So we need to run.
others offer.
Okay.
Because you cannot overcome suffering if you refuse to look at it.
Okay.
Where's the fire gone? Where's it gone?
The fire's disappeared.
It was everywhere.
Maybe it was an illusion.
The pyre. Cert.
Cert is through
Waiting
there.
for you. He's waiting for her. You can't get through. How will she
Yeah,
get
the
through?
door is
She'll
closed,
need
so
to
we
find
need to
another
find
way.
another way.
Cert.
Yeah, another way.
There's always another way.
There's always a way.
Find your own way.
You just have to find it. Cert is waiting for you.
It was never going to
Okay.
be that easy.
So let's find another way.
Cert is waiting for you.
Find him.
The pyre.
Here's another room. The next one, so I didn't miss one. Good.
The Northmen say that the defender of Muspel is called Cert, the
Okay.
foremost of the fire giants. His name means the Black One, because he is like something burnt.
Okay.
The Northmen believe that he sits at the border of Muspel with his flaming sword, and at the end of the world he will leave his post. He will travel to Asgard and Midgard, waging war against all the gods. He will be victorious, and then burn the whole world with fire.
Good. Or not. I don't know.
Another gate. Another gate.
She needs to find it.
Another fire sacrifice.
Another fire sacrifice.
Find the fire,
So
Senua.
let's find the fire.
Follow the path to Surt.
Now, interesting how the floor
It's too
is
far.
breathing.
She'll never find it. She'll never make her way back.
She needs
And
to.
yeah, we need to
What happens when she finds it? And then
Everything will
find a
burn.
way back, but
Concentrate,
first,
concentrate on where you're going. She needs to remember the path.
let's
Everything will
get
burn,
to
then how will she
this
find the way
room.
back?
She won't.
The Northmen believe that the world will be destroyed someday. They call it Ragnarok, the
Okay.
destiny of the gods.
Ragnarok.
Asgard will be attacked by Surt, the fire giants. A monstrous wolf will swallow the sun, and the gods will fight in vain against their enemies. There is nothing they can do to prevent it, but Odin ever seeks knowledge and magic, hoping to find a way to postpone that dark day.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's hope that dark day will not come in our lifetimes, and better not long after,
The Northmen
Not
made fire sacrifices,
too short after.
burning slaves like me to reveal the path to Surt. I searched for meaning in their suffering, in their eyes. But they just screamed like helpless pigs.
So Ragnarok does not come in our lifetimes and not too early afterwards. So the way back is down here and then in that direction. So yeah. Quick to the gate. Bonk. And we did it.
Do your gods answer your prayers, Senua? I asked the gods for mercy, all of them, even theirs. None answered. In the end, I set myself free. Defy the gods, Senua! Find your own path, like I find mine!
My gods abandoned me. I am alone.
Okay. So this is the next door.
Find the fire, Senua, to follow the path to Surt.
Okay. And the fire is back there. But the door is closed by some runes.
The Northmen of Hell worship the Devourers, insatiable gods of darkness. I come from Erin, Senua, where I once followed my own gods, the Tuatha De Danann.
Why did you abandon your gods?
Senua, I was a man of knowledge, not a warrior. To survive, I did things. Bad things.
Bad things.
Like you,
Yeah.
Senua. The man I once was has died. And when that happens, even gods you worship can die with you.
Wait, there's a rune here. Where was it? There was a room somewhere here. Rune. Where? Can I find it? Where was it? Just remembered. Somewhere here. Where? Here. Okay. Okay.
The Northmen say that at Ragnarok, the sons of Muspel will travel to battle in the ship called Naglfar, the corpse ship.
In a ship.
And when the sons of Muspel leave the ship and ride to battle, it will be as though the sky had split open. And Surt will lead them. Wherever he goes, flame will erupt before him, and fires will burn behind him.
That's not helpful. If the flames start before he goes there, that's not helpful. But, well. So now we have found the two rooms and can go through that door. And there's a way down here. Okay, good. So yeah, we can go through that door. And I think the last runestone is either after that door or after Surt. We'll see. Okay. Right.
You have to run now, please. Run now.
Whew. Let's go through here. Faster. Here. Down here. Now through here. And this way, but first fight. Okay. Thank you for the hint. Okay, done. Where's the gate? Where's the gate? Where's the gate? There.
You say your world has collapsed. Good. Let it collapse, and have the courage to shed your tears.
Raise your world to the cry!
My world is dead.
Only then, as with a newborn, will you see the world anew.
No, I see nothing now.
Okay, let's get up here. Now we are here, right? That's the door we mainly need to open. But to be able to open it, I need to find the fire, which is behind that door. And to get behind this door, I need to find 3 runes. And
Tell me truth. How did you escape your darkness?
Senua, once I found my purpose, I was no longer enslaved to the suffering I had to endure to reach it. Unclouded by fear, I could see it clearly in others. Even my captors feared the fire of Surt. And so, during one raid, I took my chance, ran, knowing that they would not follow. The fool ran into the fire. They left me for dead. Maybe they were right to. But here I am, free.
I'm glad I found you in the wilds. I wouldn't have made it without you.
so 1 rune found. Now I'm wondering. That door is closed, right? Now here's the horror room. Now the 3rd one is here, but I think there might be, yeah, exactly. This is the last one, okay, of this part.
The Northmen say that what we see as a rainbow is the bridge that goes from the world of men to the world of the gods. For now, they say the frost giants and the mountain giants cannot cross it. But they say that when Ragnarok comes, not a thing in this world will be safe. The Rainbow Bridge will break under the onslaught of the fire giants riding on flaming steeds. Senua, I have seen the fire of Surt spread far and wide, and to our lands. Ragnarok is coming.
Ragnarok is coming? Really? Oof. So this is the last room. Now we can get Not up here, but down here.
Senuas, if I can survive the fire of Surt and escape my darkness, then so can you.
I hope so.
Run, Senuas! Run! Through the fire! Keep running! Go on! Nothing can stop you! Run, Senuas! Run!
Let's get up there! Let's get up there! Ooh. We are burning! We are burning! We are burning!
She's dying.
Did you die? Is she dead? Maybe.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This darkness takes everything. Everyone.
Senua, are you sure you want to do this?
I want to play this game, yeah.
We can fight this together, side by side. We always do.
This is my battle. I have to face it alone, away from here.
Where will you go?
Into the
I
woods.
don't know.
For how long?
I don't know.
For too long.
I believe in you. You know that.
Okay. Thank you.
Just promise me that you will come back to me. I want you to say it. I want you to say it.
How can you promise something that you are not sure you can keep?
I will come back to you. I promise.
Come on.
Now we need to fight Sir.
I will chase you from this and forever be.
You destroyed everything, everyone, but not me. Fight me now.
I think here I need to block a bit. And I think Get up. way to the side. Get up, get up, get up, get up. No.
You can do this. Focus. Focus. Now. Focus.
So for that I do not need to focus. The music is so good. Oh, I just realized something. Shit, the ward might be broken. Hopefully. Yeah, the start of the ward will not have Gameaudio. I'm really sorry. I forgot I changed the setting, and yeah. Okay. That's annoying.
Stay away from him. Focus. 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 It's the only way. Quickly get up. Focus. Now. Focus. Focus. The better fight.
Ah, fuck. That really irritated me. That really irritated me. Okay. Ouch. Okay. Whew. And I'm dropping frames. I think. Okay.
For every battle won, a greater battle takes its place. And so it goes. Until we fall. And in the end, we all fall.
I've dropped quite a few frames.
Yet we still go on. Why?
I made a promise, and I will go to hell to keep
I
it.
die free, knowing you will carry my stories with you.
God.
I have fulfilled my quest.
Yes, you have.
When the darkness comes, I vow to guide you in this life and the next to fulfill yours.
Then I will see you in hell.
Be ready to face horror in the eye, as I have, to find your answers, your quest, your truth.
Okay. We did it. We did it.
Truth was a troubled man. Scholar turned slave. They tortured him. Took him with them on their raids. Drove him to madness. Spreading this new form of darkness to new worlds. To my world. Senuas saw a deep connection form between the Northmen and the darkness. If his tales of hell were true, then that was the source of it. She learned everything she could from him.
Okay.
Until she too could see what he saw.
So, for those watching the VOD, I'm really sorry that only now there will be game sound. I'll probably re-record the start of the game, restream the start of the game at one point, play it again. I don't know when. If you cannot see it in the collections, in the game highlight collections, then I haven't done it yet. And yeah, check that if there is another part.
Died before. It's a serious question.
Have you ever died before?
When the illusion of self is shattered, you simply cease to be. Though it may not seem that way to others, you know when it is true. You can feel it. A stranger in your own body. An imposter. And nothing is the same ever again. Senua has died before,
Has she?
and she will do so again. You can be sure of that.
Yeah. Check the collections if there is another part of the beginning of Senua's Sacrifice, Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, with Gameaudio. But for the main for this year's Halloween stream, yeah, I think I fixed it now. The watch should have Gameaudio from now on. So now you can hear the voices, and you from the different angles, and yeah, it's quite interesting how sometimes it sounds like from here or from there, or yeah. I've said it in the beginning of the stream, but there is Gameaudio missing, I think. Live it should be okay from the beginning, but I ticked the checkbox and I forgot to change the other thing, and yeah, technical difficulties and stuff. Really annoying. Wait, is this? Yeah, that's the way. Okay. So now I want to do half of the next part and then eat dinner. What's the time? Yeah, should be
With the mark of
okay.
Valravan and the mark of Surt, you may cross the bridge over the River of Knives to Helheim.
So we can continue.
Why is she waiting? Open the gate. Open the gate.
Yeah, I'm opening the gate. It's okay, it's okay.
So dark. It's dark. The darkness. Only the dead may cross.
Only the dead may cross into hell.
Okay. But we are not dead yet.
Truth? Anyone?
I'm here.
There is no one here but me.
No, I'm here.
Did you think that I would let you go? That you lost me back in the wilds? I will never let you go. You can't get rid of me. I am your shadow.
But who are
And I'll
you?
be watching when you draw your last dying gasp.
I'm not ready to die.
Not.
You will be when you see what they did to your dear beloved.
What did I do? Dillian? Oh no. What happened?
In this waking nightmare, where all dreams come true, you searched for control, a way to pull through. When you were in love, you left him in tears, to smother your furies and banish your fears. But in darkness they came, through stormy black seas they raided these shores.
They raided
Do you still
the village
hear his screams?
of Senua.
And now that you're home, he's so far away.
Dillian is
They've taken his soul.
and all the people
To these
of the
gods
village.
you cannot pray. They can break you,
But
but not your
Dillian
promise. Even death will
is-
keep you apart. Through his darkness you will find him. In your sword still beats a heart.
brutally
You fought for love unspoilt
murdered.
by your darkness within. You fought for your dreams. Now there's no way to win. In the head of his corpse lies the seat of his soul. So you must carry his vessel to bring him back home.
We must carry Dillian's vessel.
No!
No, you didn't do this. It's not your fault. Listen to the voices that are for you. It's not your fault. Senua.
They can
Senua.
break you, but not your promise. Even death won't keep you apart. Through this darkness you will find him. In your sword still beats a heart.
We will do everything that we can do to rescue his soul. That is what Senua wants.
The darkness touched you. Everyone could see it in the hollows of your eyes. A gaze averted from life. You ran from it but brought it nearer. Led it to him. An endless suffering, worse than death. And you wanted to surrender, abandoned to find peace with the gods. No. The darkness won't allow it. So you will walk into the lair of the beast. Look it in the eye, and you will go to war. This is your mission. This is your quest. There is nothing else left.
Well, we'll see after this quest, but yeah, this is our quest. Now let's make sure to not miss runestones, but yeah. Let's fight. Ouch.
Take it down now.
The gods made you a warrior for a reason. It's your calling.
That's a fly on my microphone. Ouch. Ouch.
Capable warrior. Remember your training.
And
Why suffer the past when there is a new road ahead? The only one that makes any sense.
She will die. End it now. Nearly behind you.
ooh.
Finish this. Now.
Ouch.
Go. You won.
Okay, we did it. Okay. I forgot this small part in between, but yeah.
gate you open into darkness brings another change.
Ouch. Ouch. Get up. Get up.
She's injured. She can still do it. Surprise him. Do it. Close.
Okay, we have two mirror parts. Oof.
Slow.
Oof.
She will die.
Get up, get it up.
It's not over. It's not over.
I have.
Finish it. Finish it. Strike him.
I think I had 3 parts there.
Finished him.
Ooh. Okay, I did it. Okay. Now I need to open... Now I need to do what? Wait. Ah, I can open this door. Okay. Okay. I need to open this. And to open that I can...
The giant. However you come to the gold-covered bridge that leads to hell, you may find it guarded by a giantess. She will ask your name. She will ask your lineage. She will ask your business. The Northmen tell of the warrior woman
There were
Brynhild,
two
who
things
leapt into
mixed
fire
before,
and rode
but
to
whatever.
hell to join her slain love Sigurd, and is challenged by the giantess.
So, notice how there is no stair there. But now there is. Okay. So, yeah. We need to find some runes. And one of the runes is here. Another one of the runes is... No, not here. Maybe... Here? And... Another rune is... Here. Well, a bit misaligned, but whatever. And then one of the rune stones I missed. Was there a secret here? There might have been a secret here. I kinda have a feeling I saw someone go here and find something special. But I'm not sure. Yeah, right.
Oh, Senua. Your father does not hate me. He just fears the souls in the underworld. He cannot see that they are already afraid. But I am their healer, and I must answer their cries for help, even if it displeases him.
Well. Well, that's that. And another runestone here.
Hela possesses large dwelling places in Helheim. Tall are her walls, high are her gates. The name of her dish is hunger. Her knife is famine. On her threshold all will stumble. Her bed is called sick bed, and her bed hangings are called flames of a funeral pyre. They say she is easy to recognize.
That sounds
Half
dark.
black and half the color of flesh. And her face, menacing and grim.
Grim. Okay. So. More fighting? Maybe? Or not?
The gate is opening.
Why is the gate opening?
Who is it? It's coming.
That song again.
Is it?
It's Hela.
Yes, the
Hela?
source of the darkness. It's coming. This is your moment.
Big, yeah. Oh shit.
I'm sorry. I can't watch this.
What are you doing? You're showing weakness.
Senua.
You're not a warrior. You're a disgrace.
You can
The gods will punish you for this.
And I'm dropping Frank.
Pick up the sword. Pick it up. Fight the darkness. Fight it. Get up. Get up. Get up and fight.
That's fine. Oh. Oof. That went not too well.
Stormy seas and lost souls.
Okay.
She's dreamt of this before. They say dreams are visions of our memories, thoughts and fears, as seen by our inner eye. But what if each one of us is always dreaming, even when awake, and we only see what our inner eye creates for us?
That's scary.
Is this what hell is? A world shaped by Senuas nightmares. Maybe that's why people feared seeing the world through her eyes. Because if you believe that Senua's reality is twisted, you must accept that yours might be too.
It might.
You failed the gods. You're pathetic. Rotten. Cursed. What were you thinking? Did you really think you could win? How stupid can you be?
Senna.
Everyone hates her. She's cursed.
The shadow hates.
Look at you. A warrior. Worthless.
Don't believe the
Weak.
face in the mirror.
Pathetic. Go on. Feel sorry for yourself, because there's no one left to do that for you.
Everywhere. You failed. What's that?
Take it. If you're too much of a coward to fight, then end the suffering.
Don't do it.
Broken and lost. Just like your soul.
Don't do it. Don't destroy yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
Why go on? When you give everything and face that which torments you, only to find that it is worse than you could have imagined. Why go on? Is it really so weak to ask this? Or are we just so afraid of the honest answer that we do not dare pose the question? Sometimes the answer lies in a memory, a feeling, a song.
It's not real. It's a trick. It's not real. It is real. Listen to it.
Don't give up.
Dillian. It's
Not like this.
It's not real. It is real. It's a trick. Don't trust it.
Yes, no, don't give up.
Who are you?
Do you still believe in yourself?
No, it's not. It's a trick. She knows it's a trick. He's already dead. He knows it. He can't be here. It's impossible.
Dillian.
Yeah, it's Dillian. It's
Come to
Dillian.
me. Please.
The light. Go towards the light. It's him. There he is. It can't be him. It's just a trick. It's in your mind. No, he's here. It's in your mind. It's real. What's happening?
Dillian, let's go to him. Now, if I remember correct, there's a room somewhere here. Is it down here? No, I don't think so.
Could you keep going? Could you?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Ignore the pain. I told you it wasn't. He tricked you. Way too much. Where are you going? See, there's nothing to follow. Come on.
Okay, so
Before she first met him, she was not in a good place. Just a teenager, but not like the others. Barely functioning, she rarely left the house. Her father's in-bell made sure of that. Only occasionally did she venture out on her own, collecting firewood and herbs. Errands out in the Orkney Plains. That was her world. Like this one. Barren and lonely.
let's not miss any rooms. Like not here. Aliens up there. Let's not miss any runestones. Oh, that's new to me as well. Never seen this.
Senua, there will be times that you will feel alone and exhausted, like a strange little fish swimming against the tides of the big ocean. But have the faith to let go and let the tide carry you away.
Okay.
Because the whole ocean is your home. It does not ask you to swim against it.
Okay, I found something new. Haven't seen that yet. I'm pretty sure I collected all the runes at one point, but I'm not sure.
It's already disappeared. Nothing lives here, not even you. It's in
So
your mind. You think you can see it, but it's in your mind.
There he was. The lone figure of a boy.
there's a rune.
Swordplay under the shade
Stone.
of a tree. She remembers the first time she saw him. To her young eyes, he moved as though dancing. And the world danced with him. The gloom lifted. And for the first time in years, she felt a ray of hope.
Okay,
The
let's
North
listen to
tell
this.
of a great hero. His name is Sigmund. His father's hall was built around a great tree, and one day, Odin comes and thrusts a sword into the tree, a gift to whomever can release it. Many try, but the sword only comes out at Sigmund's touch.
Like Arthur's
His
sword.
brother-in-law, King Siggeir, wants it, but Sigmund refuses him. So King Siggeir plots revenge. He invites Sigmund and his brothers to a feast, but when they arrive, they are met with an army, not a warm welcome.
Oof.
King Siggeir
Not
captures
nice.
Sigmund and his brothers, steals his coveted sword, and readies them for execution.
Okay. So that's not nice. there's another runestone.
Death for Sigmund and his brothers seems certain. But the king's wife is Sigmund's sister,
Ooh.
and she begs for mercy and implores the king to chain them up instead. He agrees. Not for mercy, though, but because he plans an even more cruel and lingering death. Chained to a tree in the forest that night, a she-wolf comes and devours one of Sigmund's brothers. She returns, ravenous, night after night, until only Sigmund is left.
Oof.
The next day, Sigmund's sister sends a servant with honey to smear on Sigmund's face. But
Why?
Well, that night, when the she-wolf appears again, you'll never guess what happens.
Yeah, what happened? Did she lick the honey away from the face and then ate the face, or what did the she-wolf do? I'm wondering. We cannot open it yet. So that's the wrong place to go. And I think that's the wrong place to go as well. So two R's, a necktie and another R. Okay. So that one we already found. Now, is there another one this way? Yes. And what's that way?
As the she-wolf licks the sweet honey from Sigmund's face, he bites the wolf's tongue.
Oh!
The she-wolf pulls away, but Sigmund holds on. The chains break.
He bites the tongue.
He's free.
Wow.
After his escape, Sigmund lives like us, hidden in the forest. His enemy, King Siggeir, believing him dead, as his sister plots revenge. And for vengeance to succeed, even the great Sigmund needs help.
Okay.
So she sends her sons to him. But their blood is weak and corrupted, and they're put to death by Sigmund. So his sister hatches a new plan, one that is cold of heart and pure of blood.
Strange stories. Strange stories. What's, by the way, what's in there? Can I get in there? Is there a secret? No, apparently I cannot. From here I can't. I'm coming from here, and what's this way? Okay. What was the other way? So this, okay. So doesn't matter. But Somewhere here.
Day after day, watching from afar, she mimicked him, perfecting her own secret dance.
Nice.
Wishing
Billion.
those fleeting
Yeah.
moments of light would stretch out to last forever.
Another rune stone.
Sigmund's sister trades shapes with the sorceress, and in disguise, she lies with her own brother.
Lies.
She gives birth to a son named Sinfjotli.
Oh,
After a
son.
time,
Wow.
she sends him to the
And-
forest to Sigmund.
Mm.
He tests the boy and finds him strong and fearless, and so they go to take their vengeance on King Siggeir. Luck is on their side. They're captured, and Siggeir has them buried alive.
Wow. Okay.
No.
Let's follow the light. Yeah.
It's an illusion. It's not real. You want to believe it's real, but it's a trick.
Oh.
You're deluded. Where are you going? Where is she going? Please. What is she following? You can't even.
I'm stuck.
It's just deception.
How does he so effortlessly court the world and bliss? If only she could do the same.
Ah, right.
world
You can
through
control
eyes
this
and
part.
And dance with it, just like he does.
How nice the world can be. The darkness is gone.
What's your name?
Senua,
I haven't seen you before.
I'm not. I don't leave home much.
Oh, Zeno's daughter.
I have to go.
Wait. Who taught you to fight like that?
No one.
No.
No one.
Well, I watched you, and
You learnt all of that from watching me?
Impressive.
You should
Right.
become a warrior, you know.
me?
I'm Dillian. I'm here for the warrior trials. Just come and watch. And bring your sword.
Oh, I like that smirk.
You can't put it into words. That moment when you look into the eyes of the one who is supposed to reassure you, make you feel safe. It only takes an instant. Fear swallows you before you have a chance to make sense of it. And darkness becomes a part of who you are. But her world changed the day the Northmen took him from her. Senua knows that there's no going back to how things were. That there's nothing to go back to at all.
Stay still, stay quiet, hide, don't tell her.
Their gods can see into your mind. They will use this power to destroy you.
They won't stop me. I can still feel him.
Whatever's left of him, they will never let him go.
I'm not gonna let him rot here.
You're the one rotting here.
Leave me alone.
You will die here.
No.
And all your suffering will have been for nothing.
Senua is strong.
Dillian? Is that you?
Damn fly.
find you, my love. I promise.
We will be successful.
By the tree. Can you see him? You want to believe it. Is he not real? Is he there? You're alone in these mountains. Is that Delia? Nothing lives here.
Let's go to the light in the tree.
You met him by the
First,
tree.
let's go to the
Maybe it's a
runestone.
tree. What's he trying to tell you? He's waiting for
As
you.
Sigmund and Sinfjotli are being buried alive, Sigmund's sister throws an armful of straw into the grave mound.
Okay.
Hidden in the straw is Sigmund's sword, the gift of Odin.
Oh.
They cut their way out of the grave mound and set fire to Siggeir's hall. The king burns to death.
Oof.
Sigmund calls to his sister to come out, so that she may live and be honored. She does come out, but only to tell him the truth. That she had slept with him, her brother, to beget a strong avenger. I am not fit to live, she says, and walks back into the fire.
Those stories are strange.
Strike vengeance from your heart, Senua, as there is always a heavy price to pay.
Yeah, vengeance isn't too good. But is it vengeance she's trying to do? I don't know.
And here is the end of Sigmund's story. He was a fierce and great warrior who fought many battles. But one day, an old man came onto the battlefield. Although shadowed by a hood, Sigmund saw that he only had one eye. The man raised his spear, and Sigmund
Odin?
struck at it with his sword, but the sword shattered into pieces. Sigmund then knew that this was Odin, and thus that victory could not be his. He bowed his head and accepted his end. Dying, he tells his wife that she is with child, and that her son will one day make a great weapon out of the fragments of his sword. The sword named Gram.
Kramer. Gram. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So what's here? Right, our sword broke, right, correct. But here's a new one. Can we get that?
A sword. Take it. Delia left it for you. Take it. Take it. Take it. It's coming from there and there. What are they? Look, where's it coming from? She started something.
What's happening?
Senua, imagine a sword that can slay gods.
A sword that can slay gods. Wow.
Its name is Gramr. It was forged by the god of all Northmen, Odin, and gifted to Sigmund, a great warrior.
I need this sword. It's important. Can you help me?
The sword appears whole, but it is an illusion. It shattered into shards long ago.
Oh.
It is said a great warrior can reforge Gramr by answering the trials of Odin, one for each shard.
Trials.
The roots of the tree of death will take you to new lands, where you will face the trials.
So this is tree of
Go to the shard. What's the
death.
shard? Find it.
It's the metal runestones.
It's in front of you.
So you have to do 4
You need
trials.
that sword. Go to the shard.
Okay. Let's do them. I think one shard is here, right? And I think that's
Where is it? Find it. There it is. Focus.
first in order.
Focus. Use your eyes.
say that their Allfather, Odin, gave his eye in exchange for a drink from Mimir's well, the Well of Wisdom. In blindness there can be wisdom. Only by giving can you receive in return.
Okay.
For this reason, I give my life and pass on my stories of the Northmen to you, Senua.
Okay.
Where am I?
Oh, the darkness one. I think this one has no rooms.
Who's there?
Let me check.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm right here. Can't you see me?
Help me.
Breathe slow.
It's the darkness.
Stay still. Empty your thoughts.
Okay. I think I
Tell me what you feel.
did the last
Good.
trial
Now there
first.
is a way out.
I can't tell where it comes from.
Yes, you can.
So,
The others. The voices. They've gone.
yeah,
I'm still here.
and I'm still here as well.
So quiet. So dark.
It's okay. Listen to your own breath. Feel it rise and fall. Good. Be aware of everything you hear and feel. Let your senses guide you.
One time I'd like to try this in complete darkness without looking at the screen, but not today.
I can't go on. Lillian?
Find a way. I'm not leaving you here.
I think I'm somewhere else now. The breeze has gone.
Use all of your senses. Let the world speak to you. What do you hear?
I hear water.
Go to it.
I've reached the water.
Good. That's your way out. Follow it upstream.
Why upstream? Why not downstreams?
I'm so sorry. I thought I left this all behind.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It's not your fault.
He was right.
Xang,
It's inside of me. It won't let me go.
Senua. My father. He taught me that the hardest battles are fought in the mind,
yeah.
not the sword. You're no coward. You proved that to me in the warrior trials. This is just another battle. You can beat it.
This isn't your bet. You don't have to help me.
I want to. Besides, you are going to be a great warrior one day. We need people like you.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Yeah.
I know what you're thinking.
Oh.
He's not really here. It seems there's no escaping the past in this place. So she's forced to relive it. To what end?
Yeah, anxiety attacks bite you unexpectedly sometimes. And you can never really be completely sure that they won't happen again. So
There's a waterfall. I can't go on this way.
Then look for another way and tell me what you find.
There is a house.
how did you know that there is a house? I thought
I know
she
what's
can see.
inside.
Don't be afraid.
There's something in here.
What's that?
Do you see it? No. Then it cannot see you. Quietly move past it, one step at a time.
Okay. What's up with Senua's hair? What's up with Senua's hair? Can I duck?
It's not following me.
Leave it behind. Keep
Okay.
forwards.
So, what way? That way? Maybe. There are strange creatures. What's that? I don't want to know it. Reminds me of Soma. But in this part I'm not sure how I would do it in complete darkness without looking at the screen. Is there a monster close? Okay.
I think I'm in a house. It stinks
Stinks.
of death.
The darkness is testing you. You are in control.
Where do I need to go? And this part is impossible without seeing anything as well, I think.
Well,
Don't turn back. You're getting close.
Well, there's a light. And now I can see a light. Ugh. Why would you jump down that?
help me.
Let's go to Dillian. Ugh.
Is that you? I can see a light.
Yes. I can see you too.
Okay. Okay. Let's continue.
She could spend hours, days even, trapped within herself, in the dark.
You see me?
Yes.
Your eyes were open, but you were gone.
And when it finally let her go, she could be anywhere, with no memory of how she got there.
When it comes for me, I have no power over it.
But here, for the first time, someone was there to help.
But I heard your voice. You brought me back.
You found your own way back.
You found your
All you needed was a little help.
own way back. What an important
A little
message.
love.
Yeah. Really important message.
There's more. You're tired, but you have to keep going. There's still more. There's always more.
So I'll do the next one, and I think I'm doing them in the reverse order. I'm not completely sure, but we will see. I do one more, and then wait one moment. I'll go prepare something. I'm away for a really short moment. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. So let's continue.
I want to tell you a story about a god of the Northmen called Balder. The second son of Odin. He was beautiful, good and wise.
Oh, nice.
He was fair of feature, he spoke fair words, he gave fair judgments. Light shone from him. Only good things were told of him. Yet he was the first of the gods to die.
Not good. Well. Ah, this one. This is longer. This has quite a few rooms. I hope I can find them all. But that also means that I probably won't be able to do all of them. To do the complete thing before doing a dinner break.
Is here to watch you fail. Where are we?
Although I don't know. I know all the solutions to the puzzles, so
It's not broken. It's fixed.
we will see.
Bridge is fixed. Let's cross it.
The
Which one
Northmen
is this?
tell this story about the death of Balder. It begins with dark dreams. Night after night, Balder dreams of his own death, and the gods fear for his life. So Balder's mother makes everything in the world: fire, water, iron, stone, earth, wood, beasts, birds, serpents, poison, sickness. Swear an oath not to
To
harm her
not
son.
harm her son.
One by one, they each make their vow. Neither weapons nor wood will injure him, Balder's mother boasts. Only Loki, father of Hela, the mistress of death, is not amused.
He loves you. Dillian.
And
Dillian.
is not amused. Okay.
Really here.
So here the door is open.
It's dangerous. Follow it.
So
Behind the gate. Where will it take you? It's not safe.
wait a minute. Can I open? Can I open this? Yeah. Okay.
Dillian. There he is. There he is. What are you waiting for? Quick, find a way. Find him. Go. Where is he? Where's he gone? We're in the wrong world. He's not here. She's in the wrong world. He's
Yeah.
not in this world. He's in the other one.
But this way I can get here.
The dark.
The world once seemed so simple. Black and white,
Mm.
darkness and light,
Mm.
narrow dividing lines of our own making. Dillian taught her to see further, to peek through the cracks and see the worlds of colour stretching away from the gloom.
Yeah.
And Senua explored new paths into the unknown.
The gods feast and rejoice and amuse themselves by throwing spears and stones at Balder, striking at him with sword and axe. But he comes to
nothing
no harm, whatever
to
they
harm
do.
him.
The gods never cease to wonder at this great marvel. But Loki shapes himself into a woman and asks Balder's mother, "Is it really true that all things promise to keep him
Loki.
safe?" "I did not ask the mistletoe," Balder's mother confesses. "I thought it was too young." Oh dear.
He's gone. He's real dark. Real.
Mistletoe.
Dark world. You're in the wrong world.
Oh, here's a
The dark world. Without
stair, but we cannot. The door at the top is closed. And this door is closed as well.
Do you even
So
His love is guiding you. He was kind to her.
isn't there? There should be. Do I remember wrong? I might.
Saved her. You owe your life to Dillian. You owe everything to him.
Okay. If you say so, I don't believe it. This I already checked out. Now I can open this door. But this door is closed. If I now go into the other world, by the way, can I open the other door? Oh, wrong way.
He led you astray. You should have listened to your father when you had the chance. Why didn't you listen to him? His love has tortured you, and it tortures
Now I can get inside here.
There he is. Where are you taking me? He's up there. How do you get up there? There's a way. There is a way up there.
Let's listen to this.
Loki makes a dart out of mistletoe and goes to the gods as they throw things at Balder. The blind god, Huth, was there. Loki asks him why he wasn't taking pollen. Huth says, "I cannot see where Balder stands, and even if I could see him, I have no weapon." Loki replies, "Here is a wand. I will tell you where he stands."
Oof,
And Huth throws the mistletoe at
mistletoe
Balder.
at
It
Balder.
pierces through him, and to everyone's horror, Balder is killed. And for this,
They
Huth
killed
is
Hera.
slain.
The curse. And now the darkness is swallowing you both.
No. Okay. And he's through there.
Years had passed since she left her father.
You squashed it.
She trained hard alongside her friend,
The curse cannot be.
Dillian. She saw things no one else could. Patterns, shapes, movement. An intuition that made her an exceptional warrior. Friendship turned to love. But the shadow of darkness never let her go, and she was caught between two worlds. That of Zinbel and her past, and Dillian, her future. Two realities tearing at her soul.
Oh, okay.
The Northmen tell how the gods mourned Balder. His body was to be burnt on his ship, but they could not manage to push it into the sea, and sent for a giantess to do it. She comes
Could not
riding a wolf
manage.
and has vipers for her reins. She pushes Balder's ship into the sea with such force that the ground shakes and the rollers burst into flames.
Oof.
When Balder's wife sees his body carried onto the ship, her heart bursts with grief, and she dies. She's put next to her husband, and the pyre is lit, sending the dead to hell.
So,
But even so, the gods can't
Alive?
accept his death.
Do you remember how he made you feel?
She was so heartbroken that she...
Overcome with grief, The gods send Hermod to ride to Hell and ask Hela to let Baldur return home. All the gods are with him, he says. Are they? Asks Hela. We shall see if he is truly missed. If everything in the world will weep for him, he shall go back to the gods. But if even one thing refuses, Baldur stays with me. The gods send messengers everywhere. Weep for Baldur. Weep him out of Hell. And everything wept. Men, beasts, earth, stone, trees, metal, everything. Except for a giantess they find in a cave. Baldur was never my friend, she says. Let Hel keep what she has. The Northmen say that the giantess must have been Loki in disguise.
Loki in disguise. Ooh. Yeah. Well, I'm away for a quick moment again. Yeah. Okay. So let's continue.
Do you remember the way he stroked your hair? Do you remember the way
Oh.
wasting your time? You have no time for this. Speed up.
Speed up, okay. Something I missed. I think it's below. So now I can unlock this. No, those trials don't make me weak. Should be possible to... Now, okay.
What if this is pointless? What are you doing?
What if it is pointless? I don't know.
You could make this work. You keep seeing runes. You see runes everywhere.
Yeah, I see runes everywhere.
The Northmen tell how the gods punished Loki for Baldur's death. They captured him and took him to a cave. They fetched his 2 sons and turned one into a wolf, and he ripped his brother apart.
Ooh.
The gods used Loki's own son's entrails to tie him down and turned these bonds to iron and dangled a poisonous serpent over his face so that its venom would drip onto him. Each time the venom drips onto Loki's face, he writhes in agony. The Northmen say that is the cause of earthquakes.
Oh.
A reminder, perhaps, that if even gods must accept death, then so must we.
He's the reason she keeps fighting.
Okay.
What if they're all about wasting your time, just delaying minute by minute by minute?
Did I now? I think I've now found all runes in this part. Runestones.
Nothing. Special.
Okay.
Gods are just playing. What if the gods are laughing?
This was done. I've done this quicker than I expected.
First time.
Dillian!
Dillian.
Dillian never much cared for the underworld, and looked dimly upon the druids, like her father, Zinbel. I guess he took after his father, a chieftain who believed nothing he couldn't see, and he happened to be blind. She felt safe in
Believe
Dillian's
nothing
arms.
you can see and
See the
be
world through
blind.
his eyes.
Wow.
Slowly,
So, believe
darkness that
nothing.
had bound her so tightly began to unravel.
Very careful. You've come this far, don't they? It's a narrow bridge. Good. And there's a long way going to fall.
Senua, you can do it. Senua, you can do it.
It's not safe. You're going to fall. You're going to fall. Careful.
No, she's not. She's not going to fall. She's strong.
Dylan!
You can do it, Senua.
Ooh.
Senua. Your father cannot understand your darkness.
No, I cannot.
He cannot see through your eyes.
But he's the reason for the darkness?
My own
Maybe.
father was born blind. Doesn't have the faintest idea of what the night looks like. The word dark to him means as little as the word light.
Well,
So someone is afraid of the dark. Should we fix them by taking away their sight? Would you give up the beautiful world that you, and only you, can see just to be rid of your nightmares? Or is this the price you pay for the gift you have? A gift that makes you so special in my eyes. Just another part of the person I love.
I left for the wilds to protect you from my darkness. Because I love you. But it made it worse. I'm so sorry.
well,
What if this is pointless? What if you're wrong? What if this has nothing to do with the sword? What if we're wrong? The sword will never be yours.
we will see
What if this is the end? It's just a trick.
what will come.
You've been fooled before. You could be
So,
being tested.
pizza isn't ready yet. I went to put it in the oven when I went away for a short moment before. So we can continue here. Now,
I saw once a plague strike northern lands of ice. It was so terrible that not the oldest man among us could remember the like. Hundreds died. The sickness took nearly every person younger than 40 and many older. And where dying mothers gave birth, the marks of the plague were on the babes as they came out of the womb.
okay.
Where are we? I don't like it. This place feels...
What is this place?
This place feels... It's... creepy.
Swamp.
It feels wrong. It feels strange. Where is it? Where are we? Turn back. This is wrong. This has to be wrong.
Okay, let's do this. Stinks.
It's disgusting. It smells like death. I can't breathe. There he is.
Dylan is there.
The light.
Go towards it.
He's in the house.
He's going in. He's disappearing.
Follow him.
Disappear.
So let's get to him.
It's a test. Like the old warrior trials. Dillian will help me.
The stench of rot. She can almost taste it.
Whoa.
Do you smell it? No. Don't worry. Not everyone can.
Yeah.
It was a warm spring day when she went to the river with Dillian and the others.
So,
She could taste the rot. But no one else could. She knew something was wrong. Something sinister. She begged them to leave, but they just laughed at her. But soon enough, as the bodies piled up, no one was laughing. And they knew that she was not like that.
well. Now here's another room. And there's only two in this part.
Speak of a death moon, a light shaped like a half-moon that appears inside a house and goes around the walls. I once saw the death moon appear at a farm, and first the shepherd died, then a guest died, and then the farmhands, and then the farmer and 6 of his men drowned at sea. But that is not the end of it, because the dead return to haunt the living. If you see the death moon, then beware, because there will be death in that house.
Not nice. Not nice. So the bridge here is broken and we need to fix it. So now it's fixed.
Fixed it. You passed the
This is
traffic into the house.
quite a short trial. It has only about 2 parts. First part is this swamp thing. And second part is inside this house.
Come to me. Where are you?
I'm here. I'm right here.
Are you in there? Come out if you are.
Find him. You have to find him. The runes. Focus. The runes.
Yeah, but first on this
There was a Northman called Grettir.
Grettir.
Big,
Okay.
red-haired, immensely strong. But he was afraid of the dark. It happened one night that an undead creature came to his house to drag him outside into darkness and kill him.
Okay.
He resisted with every ounce of his strength. He clung to the doorframe, but it gave way, and they spilled out of the house, and the monster fell back, and the moon shone down on its ghastly face. Grettir, terrified, cuts off its head, but is cursed forever. From that moment on, wherever he was, he would see those hideous eyes staring back at him. Sometimes we allow our own fear to haunt us to our grave.
Well, but now my pizza is ready, so I'll go eat it. So yeah, I'll do a 20-minute break, I'd say. Probably 20-minute break, maybe less, maybe more, probably rather more than less, but yeah, until then. Okay, should be able to switch back to the screen of the game and reopen this and yeah, go back to the game. Okay, and okay, drink something. And continue. Yeah, let's continue. Now if the controller would work. Okay. I have both rune stones in this area, yeah. Okay, now the empty slots there is from another trial. And the 2 things above are from after the trials. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, let's continue. Let's continue.
They're coming for me!
Oof. Okay. One of three? This is the wrong way.
It's close. It's close.
This is the wrong way.
The light. Go towards it. Focus. Focus. Look. I have to find one more.
Okay, okay.
Find the other symbol you're lost.
This way.
What should I do?
Concentrate on the task. Like going there. Now I need to find back.
Find the gates. Run. Don't let him look at you. Don't let it see you. It's coming. Move away. You're lost again.
Am I lost? I might be. Ah, there, I think. I'm not sure. I died. I died. I was too slow. Too bad. Oh, I need to click here again. Second death. Do I need to collect them again? I might.
There it is. It's close. It's close. Move away. Senua, move away. You'll die. Run. Run now.
Have I collected that now?
You came through the wrong door. Where's your soul? Defend yourself.
Go through here. Senua, please. Please.
This is what death feels like.
Through here. And here. Have I done all? Maybe. I'm not sure. Ah, this way. Good. Okay, I did it. What's happening?
Senua! Senua! What happened?
They're blaming me for the plague. They say that I'm cursed. What if they're right?
How would they know such a thing? Are they gods? None of us are. They're just people. Good people, but they're scared. They're afraid of what they can't see. Like children scared of the dark. They make up stories to fill the void. Doesn't make them true.
What if my father was right?
You You have to step out of this darkness. Let them see who you really are, like I have. You're not a monster.
Without you, this darkness has made me a monster. Killing you would be too easy. They're taking your memories to torture you.
Okay, so we have done 3 trials.
One memory.
One is left.
It disappears. They're going to take everything. They're not yours anymore. They're going to take everything you have. The memories of ghosts. They belong to the gods. They're eating you from the inside. They want to kill your soul. They want to crush it. They think they want your body. They want your soul. They want to.
But yeah,
And they're going to take it. The memories were yours, but they're gods now. Nothing is yours anymore.
people who harm you are just people as well. So yeah. They also have their issues and their anxieties and
A king
well,
in the north forced the dwarves to make a sword that would never fail and never rust, and that would slice through iron and stone and bring victory to its bearer. But the angry dwarves cursed it. It would be the death of a man every time it was drawn, and it would be the death of the king. Let me tell you about the sword Tyrving.
so
I don't recognize this place. Where is she? It feels wrong.
Where are we now? Burial mound.
is there
So strange that we go to such lengths to bury death.
yeah, there is
Something so very
runestone here.
inevitable.
Okay.
It's as if we conspire to hide death, because we have no answer for it. But when it comes and forces itself onto our friends or loved
Oh,
ones,
yeah, I should have waited.
then comes the reckoning.
She's a wild, willful child. Senua, you remind me of a story that the Northmen tell about a young woman warrior. Her
Okay.
name is Herver, the
However.
daughter of a berserker, born after he was killed.
Okay.
She's a wild, willful child who teaches herself to fight with weapons.
Nice.
When she learns where her father is buried, her only desire is to reclaim the treasure buried with him, but above all, the sword.
The sword.
Tyrving.
Tyrving. Okay. Okay. Now let's hear about this story in the next 3 rooms. I think all 3 rooms are inside dead. Let me check, just to be sure. Okay. Yeah. So let's go inside.
Don't go in there. Go in. You have to go in. Take the torch. It's too dark. Take it. This will help you. You have to be able to see.
Ooh.
Who's there?
Yeah, who's there? And why is it so dark?
Dillian, I'm here. I'm here for the trials. Like when we first met, remember?
So let's go left.
I'll find him.
What's that? Did you hear that? Nothing. Was that voices? Is that his voice or the voice of the dead? Not Dillian. Dillian's calling to you. Can you hear him? Where is he? He sounds like he's getting further away. Have you lost him? You're good.
So that's another runestone.
Hervey disguises herself as a man to join a band of warriors, and soon becomes their leader. When they come to the island where her father is buried, her men do not want to go ashore. They say that evil haunts the island, and that it is a worse place by day than other places are by night.
Not nice.
Fearless, she stands alone. There are many grave mounds, and all of them have ghostly flames burning over them. She comes to the grave mound of her father after passing through these ghostly fires, as though they were mist. The flames I passed through were real enough. Damn the Northmen to hell.
Okay.
Touch the walls. You don't know what they might do. Turn back. She has to keep going.
Is that
It's not safe here. She has
already
to keep
another
going. If you go down there, no one can
rune?
save you. It's too scary.
Yeah, that happens. So that and this is the same room.
I can hear him.
Ah, no, that's... That's the map on the floor.
Within the burial mound, Herver calls on her father to wake from death and bring her his sword. She says that it is not seemly for the dead in their grave mounds to bear valuable weapons. Her father answers with words of warning. You go to your doom. Baleful runes surround you. You have gone mad. You have lost your mind. Your thoughts are confused. It is dangerous to wake the dead. Like I said, she reminds me of you.
So we need to go left, right, left, and then right until the end. So do I need to go back again, or is this left, right? Now we need to go. We cannot go left. I think we might need to go back.
The voice is getting louder. Listen, Dillian.
I'm not sure.
Listen, listen, listen. It's him. Listen. It's getting louder. There he is. You're getting close. Keep going. Senua, follow the voice. You're nearly there.
Let's go there.
He's going to save you. Find the voice. Find him.
And that's the wrong way. And
Find another way. It's not working. You have to use your mind. Where can you go? You're
now I think we need to go
focus.
this right all the, until the end, I think.
I told you it was a trick.
Maybe.
That voice doesn't sound like Dillian. What's happening?
Quiet.
It's not him.
He wants me to find him. I'm lost without him.
That's not Dillian. That doesn't sound like Dillian. What's in there? It's a secret room.
That voice. It's not Dillian.
Now, that's where we want to end up. But I'm missing a rune. Where's the rune? Yeah, I might need to take the wrong way now to get back. No, to get to the rune I want.
You don't recognize it. Don't doubt yourself, you'll never find it. She doesn't recognize it. Yes, you do, you know it. She doesn't. Listen for his voice, listen. Dillian, where are you? For his voice. Dillian, everything look the same. Looks the same. What is it? What's different? There's a clue.
So now we are back here. That's not where I want to go. Somewhere there is another runestone. Somewhere. Question is where? This way? Ah, here.
Herver ignores her father's warnings. The grave mound opens, and it seems to be full of fire. Again, Herver demands her inheritance. But her father warns her that the sword is cursed and would be the bane of her family. But he relents and brings her the sword. She leaves the island with it, but the curse holds true, and death would follow in the years to come. And so, Senua, the misdeeds of a father have cursed his daughter.
Not good. So now we have all the... Now we have all the runes, and I can try to get to the correct way. Let's go back until... Let's go this way. And yeah, that should lead to the correct place. Just always go to the right. And now we can enter.
Dillian wants me to face my fears.
Okay, let's try.
Father?
I'm leaving. I've decided. I think it will be good for me.
It's the darkness. It's speaking through
No,
you.
Dad, it's me. I think I can beat it. In my own way.
I can see the darkness in your eyes, child.
I met a boy.
Boy.
The chief said.
No.
He said he could help me.
It's a trick.
He said I could be normal.
Normal?
Yes.
No boy is going to save you. No one can. When they see the rot growing inside you,
No.
they will turn their back on you. The gods can only fix you through my hand. You're going nowhere.
How arrogant Symbol is.
No.
To think only he can help her.
Come, child, take my hand. Come. Senuas.
I am leaving.
You cannot escape the darkness. Your curse will make everyone suffer. You will have blood on your hands!
But what strength it needs to
Done it.
face your father or one of your parents.
With grammar reforged, you will have Odin's blessing to walk, a goddess, into the halls of Helheim and challenge Hel as an equal.
So Dillion was helping me. And the sword will lead me to him. Like when we first met.
Dillion gave her the strength to pass the warrior trials, and she saw a way out. To leave her past behind and become a warrior in Dillion's clan.
The sword is tainted by the gods of darkness. Leave it.
He left it here. He wants me to take it.
You will pay a price for this.
Then we will pay that price.
But years later, with Zinbel's parting words still haunting her, the darkness came back with a vengeance. A plague.
Dillion?
Everyone suffered.
My father was not supposed to die like this.
Do you see it clearly now, Senua? The suffering you've caused.
This is your fault.
No, it's not
You
you.
brought this plague to us.
No.
You have blood on your hands.
No, Senua, it's not you. Oh,
They're coming for you now.
oh,
They're coming to get you.
okay, let's fight.
Hold your heavy strike. Hold it. Hold the heavy strike.
Hold the heavy strike. Okay. Hold the heavy strike.
It's building.
Ooh,
It's nearly over. Finish it. You can do this. Focus.
okay.
Where to run to.
In the sea of corpses, the corpse waved through itself over the ones I loved. The ship broke up under them. The ship that had sailed from a land of shining fields. Their memorial stone is sacred. Come not here in the sun.
Ooh.
Come not with a sword. Come not crying over a naked corpse. Come not with disturbed mind.
She doesn't know where she's trying to get to.
Oh, to the enemies.
Do you hear the suffering, Senua? Does your precious gift of sight let you see the souls that rot here in this sea of corpses? Do you feel the blood running cold on your skin? Do you hear their endless cries? Do you smell their putrid wounds? They were once brothers, sisters, and loved ones. And look what you have done to them. All because you were a coward, because you ran from your curse instead of facing it. When you turned your back on the Father Zimbel, you turned your back on the gods and let the darkness wreak havoc on your people. Why must they pay for your heresy?
I think this attack I did not know when I played it. Get up! Ah, shit! I should have used focus. Ooh. Ooh. Second mirror piece. Okay. Oh, did I use double? Not good. Didn't want that. By the way, what's up with the sound? No, it's normal. Strange. Fighting is muffled in my opinion. Okay. One part of the mirror is done.
is it? Galena?
Where are you?
Galena, where are you?
Do you hear, Senua? Do you hear the voice of your mother, Galena? She calls for you, Senua. Go to her. Answer her pitiful call.
Where?
The darkness took her life, and it will take yours too. It's taking you further and further into it. Surrender to the darkness.
Mother! I need you! Help me!
Why? Does who what?
Even your dear beloved mother was powerless against the darkness when it came for her. She too had a sight. She too doubted the gods and let the darkness infest her.
But does that have anything to do with it?
She escaped the illusion. How? She gave her life to the gods.
Yeah, but
You had come the same. The world would have been spared this horror.
Senua, don't listen to him.
It's not too late. She's calling for you. Why don't you join her?
Ooh. Ooh.
Focus is coming back.
He's too fast. Focus now!
Ouch.
Finished! Oh! Watch out!
Oof. Wait. Can I? That would be nice. Oof.
Finished! Behind you!
So I do not even need to focus for the shadow mobs. I can use the focus to save me from death. Ooh, shit, or for bigger monsters. Ooh.
Behind you.
Whew.
Take him down! Take him down!
Ouch. Let's do this. Ah. Yeah, I for sure did not know of this attack when I played it first.
End it now! This is nearly the end. You got us. Prepare yourself. Attack!
Oof. Why suddenly? Oof. Oof.
You're close.
Oof.
She's hurt. There's blood.
No. Okay.
They're winning.
Why do you still fight on?
Why not?
Maybe you too should suffer with your brethren in this rot and let your blood seep into the seas and the rivers of hell. Isn't that what you deserve after all you've done? Give the darkness what it wants, let it swallow your soul and destroy all that you are.
Oof.
Why are you fighting for someone who is already dead? Just look around you. What hope is there for him, even if his soul could be rescued?
I need to focus.
What you regard to him, to his friends, to his father.
Okay, 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 okay.
He's down. Finish him.
Oof.
She can still do it.
Oof. Okay. Okay, where's the way to go? This way? I don't know. One moment. Ah, okay, good. This way? I don't know. I'm not sure if this is the correct way. I kind of have a feeling no, but I'm not sure. What's this green light there? Okay, now it fixed itself. I feel like I'm going back. Yeah, I'm going back. Please, no more enemies. Okay. Ugly. This way.
You're both dead. You both surrendered to the voices. The darkness has taken you.
Well,
Galena and Senua.
Senua doesn't seem dead to me. But I might be wrong, but she doesn't seem dead to me. How are there different sizes of corpses? Sizes of greatness? Goodness? Evil? I don't know. Hands and arms and titans. Galena.
I can't fight it anymore. Not on my own. Where are you, Mother? I want to be with you.
That night, she gave up on her world to follow in the footsteps of her mother, to go to a place where the darkness couldn't reach her.
Senua. Look at me.
Do you hear them? They're calling for me.
We've lost so many. And I've lost my father. I can't lose you.
Oh.
You said it. I have blood on my hands.
I didn't say that. You've done nothing wrong.
Symbol was right. Everyone will suffer.
Zimbel is a fake. He is a hateful, bitter liar. He's poison.
Yeah.
And his words still haunt you. Who do you trust? Him? Or me?
Trust Alien.
Do you still believe in me, Senua?
Please,
Enough.
yeah.
Come back to me. Please. Don't let this darkness come between us.
Listen to Dylan.
The hardest battles are fought in the mind.
Yeah.
It gave her the sword with which to fight in more ways than one. And she gave him her word, never to surrender. All she needed was a little help. A little hope.
The hardest battles are fought in the mind. For sure in today's day and age. More than ever. So, yeah. I don't really know what to add to that. Now 2 chapters left.
Hello, we are going to hell.
We're back.
I never left.
We found her.
Well, at least. Well, only to eat.
Here she is. Don't worry. We're here to help you. You don't have to do this on your own anymore. You need. There's a way in.
A way in?
Can you see it?
Nice.
Shall we tell her where to go?
No, no need.
Go on. Look. Up. Just up.
I'm going up.
Listen to us. Sit. She'll tell her where to go.
We are going into here.
Does she know her way into the mountain? She's a good girl. Oh, isn't she?
Let's check out.
Did you miss us?
Clever girl.
Did she?
Let's check out. Isn't there?
Go on. Go up into the mountain.
Yeah. Okay. One moment. I'd like to check. Oh, they are gone? Oh, okay. Well, never mind. I wanted to check what runes are missing.
There's a door.
You can do it.
Yeah, I know. I know there's a door.
I'm not listening.
But I'm listening. Okay, let's go inside. Oh. Well, okay. Let's listen to this.
I will tell you of a great hero named Sigurd, son of Sigmund, no less. Born after his father's death, Sigurd is cared for by the dwarf Rain. But Rain does not love the boy. Instead, he plans to use him for his own ends. You see, Rain's father possessed a great treasure given to him by the gods.
Okay.
But Rain's brother, Fafnir, killed his father and took the gold all for himself. Fafnir hid the treasure out on a heath and could not leave it. And from the evil in his heart, he turned into a dark creature. A dragon.
Was just saying, isn't Fafnir a dragon? But so at the beginning he wasn't. So yeah, interesting. That's not safe. So isn't there another one of those? No, there isn't one. Interesting. Remember one. Okay, let's go inside here.
What is it? She can feel it. No. Don't open the door. No, go in. Don't turn back. What's in there?
Whew.
A great beast guards Helheim. Garm is its name.
I
It knows you are here, Senua. It can smell your stink.
didn't realize the first time I played this that it has to do with the shadows on the floor.
How would you say Dillion if you are too much of a coward to step into the shadows?
They can't stop me.
Then do it.
Let's try it. Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Yeah, we can.
You from the shadows. Your sword is useless here.
My sword is useless? Okay. Sadly, you might be right. Now, yeah, there are flames there ahead. We have a torch. Good, good.
The beast is still here.
The beast is still here. Really? Shit.
It's a trick.
It's a trick. Really?
Do you hear that?
Don't fall for it.
It's me, Senua. So loud.
It's not her.
So full of hate.
It's a trap.
Just want to help them. Tell me what to do. Your father wants them to go away. And he only hurts me to silence them. But he's gone now. But they always come back. He says I will die if I go with them. They say that I'm already dead. No, they want me with them. Stop! That's why they crawl through the walls. Don't listen. Do you see them? Do you see their faces?
In the walls? Yeah. Mainly yours.
Coming! Senua! Help me! Help! Get me out of here! Don't go!
I think it's already too late.
She shouldn't be here. She escaped the darkness. She took her own life to escape it.
Well,
She can't remember when it started. When her mother lost her smile. Her eyes gazing past her towards a world she could not see. This is what happens if you reach for the underworld, he said. It was a lot to take in for a child. And the first time she felt the cold chill of fear. I don't talk much about her father, Zenbel. I suppose I just didn't want to risk upsetting her. But it doesn't matter now, does it?
well. For once, children need to learn that not everything is nice in the world. That not everything is Friede, Freude, Eierkuchen. Peace, happiness, and egg cake. But be careful what horror stories you tell your children. Because
She'll have to go under.
some might have negative influence for a long time into the adult life.
The light's gone out.
Fast, Senua, fast. Go to the light. Go to the light. Good. You can do it. Next light. Get to the light. Get to the light. And you have done it.
You have to rest here.
And to the next part. There's another torch. Let's go there. Nearly there. Here's the torch. Let's go back. So I think down here there's a rune and a rune stone. I'm not sure. I think the rune stone is here, right? Yeah, exactly.
Rain the dwarf's sole desire is to possess this dragon's accursed treasure, and he uses Sigurd to reclaim it. He tells Sigurd the story of Fafnir's gold, and the good-hearted hero promises to slay the dragon if Rain would forge a strong sword for him.
Strong sword to slay this dragon.
Sigurd remembers that his father once possessed a sword given to him by Odin. Odin broke the sword to bring about Sigmund's death, but Sigurd's mother still has the pieces. And so Rain reforges the famous sword.
So that's how
Sigurd
grammar
uses the sword first to avenge his
was
father,
fixed.
and then he and Rain go in search of Fafnir.
Okay.
Can you feel them? Can you see them? She doesn't know.
I know.
Look. Use your eyes. Where is it?
Here it is.
She hasn't. You have it. Keep going. Where's the next? Two more to find.
Two more. Okay. So we can go out of here.
Symbols are pointless. The mirrors. There's nothing behind the door. Save Dillian. This is just another trial. Just another trick. Just to distract everyone.
Okay.
You don't. Your mother is dead. You don't know anything, or is she?
Now,
Is dead.
up here is another rune stone.
The dragon Fafnir is so large and deadly that it would be impossible to kill him face to face.
Oh,
But each day, Fafnir crawls across the heath to find water. So Sigurd digs a pit in the dragon's path.
in the
and
dragon's
lies in wait.
path.
When Fafnir slithers overhead, Sigurd sinks his sword into the dragon up to the hilt. Sigurd leaps from the pit, and Fafnir sees his killer. He warns Sigurd that the treasure will lead to his death, as it led to the death of all who owned it. Sigurd replies that death comes to all men, and every man will want to be wealthy until that day. And he takes the treasure.
Takes the treasure. Okay. Damn fly. No. Ugh. or not?
The darkness will come
It's
again.
not even midnight and I've done most of the game. Damn fly. Well, we have found a room. Now the question is there a runestone
It
nearby?
reminds her of the isolating, suffocating darkness that she lived through as a young girl. Imprisoned in her room at night, the faces in the dark, coming through the walls. She once thought everyone could see her. I mean, that's what children say all the time, isn't it? That there
Maybe.
are monsters in the dark. By the time she realized that only she could see them, her father, Zinbel, could see the monster in her.
Okay. It's the entrance. Is there really no damn fly? Well, okay. Is there really no new room out here? No. Why do I remind? Why do I think there was one? Well. Damn fly. Did I get it? I don't know. There's another room down here. Oof. Oof.
Behind you! The mirror focus. Take him down! She's ready. You are capable. Remember your training.
Oof. Oof. Hmm. Okay.
You can't go anywhere without your light. Take.
Yeah, take the torch. Blood. Why is there blood?
She's lighting the torch. It's not gonna help her. She's lighting.
Well, it helps me see. Lighting the torches. And it saves me from the darkness that Senuas is afraid of. 5 torches? Wow. Now I have...
The beast is crawling into your mind, searching for weakness.
Really?
It found your mother and used her to trap you in here.
Are you sure?
Did you see her die? I don't remember. I was only 5. They told me she escaped the darkness. That she's with the gods. But what if they lied? What if the darkness took her and trapped her here?
What if? Now, I'm wondering... Did I miss any runes? I have... three missing. Are those further down? I might have missed one. I'm not sure. No, this is this one. This is this one, yeah. The one I'm checking in online. Ah, no, I can continue. I can continue. Pretty sure. Okay. Let's go through.
It's a trap.
A
The
trap.
beast is coming.
Oh shit. Run, Senua, run! Run, Senua. Faster! Oh shit! Oh shit! And we lost the head. Shit.
Without his head, you will never bring his soul back. His fate is...
Senua, we can do it. We can rescue him. We will find
Now we
him.
can see you at your weakest. The time you suffered as a child at the hands of your father Zindo while you pined for Dillion. Do you remember that darkness, Senua? The beast is bringing it back.
The darkness in your father's home.
Did you leave me?
I'm so lucky I had a nice childhood.
Spreading.
Not everyone can have
Father's keeping me away from the others.
a nice childhood.
Away
That's so
from
sad.
I won't give up. I'm not going to rot in here. I'm going to find Dillion.
Okay. Let's do it. So let's go search for a head. Yeah, we are close. We are close to succeeding, I say. Take the torch.
The beast is down there.
No. She knows the beast is down there.
Yeah, but we need to get the head.
You're never safe from him. You can feel him. Be careful. She needs to find him. She's gone. She lost it and she has to find it. Read the torch on it.
Yeah.
Eyes up. You're never going to find it. You can go that way.
Oh, we need to fight again.
It's nearly over. Behind you. She will die.
Ooh. Ouch.
The mirror. Focus. It's the only way.
Ooh. It's not the only way, but the easier way.
Focus. Now. Focus.
left on it. Whew. Now I need to find the rune, and I have a feeling that there is also a rune stone. Where? I have a feeling there is a rune stone. Am I wrong? I might be. I think okay. Did I not look at it? Oh, great. Great. No. Okay. Now let's try again. The door should be open now. Okay. Ooh. Faster.
Her father tried to help her. She hasn't, but she wouldn't listen. He was doing his best. She can't.
Is there? There is not.
The darkness is in, and she'll die. Zimbo was trying to save her from the darkness. But she wouldn't listen. And now everybody.
Okay.
It's all her fault. All her fault. Weak. She should have known. She should have. Why doesn't she learn? When will she learn? She doesn't understand.
Now the darkness has Dillian's soul.
And it will take it. And never give up.
No.
She can search and search, but she will never find it.
She's let the darkness in. It's the end.
The darkness will take her like it took her mother.
She can't
Ooh.
resist.
Ooh.
Even trying to retrieve it.
Ooh.
She's lost.
Although Sigurd kills the dragon, Rayan wants to keep Fafnir's gold all for himself. Rayan also wants the strength and wisdom of the dragon, so he drinks its blood and asks Sigurd to roast Fafnir's heart for him.
Okay.
Sigurd does so.
Eating a
He
dragon.
touches
Okay.
the roasted heart to see if it is done. He burns his finger. Without thinking, he licks his finger and tastes the dragon's blood.
Oh.
In that moment, he understands the language of birds
Of
and hears
birds.
them talk nearby.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Well.
Plays into his hands.
Oh, well, next one.
Sigurd's newfound power lets him hear the birds speak,
Okay.
and they say,
Sigurd should eat the
Sigurd should eat the heart
heart
himself.
himself.
Rain wants Fafnir's gold. Sigurd should kill Rain before Rain kills him. Sigurd should find Brynhild the Valkyrie.
What pesky bird.
Sleep.
Sigurd heeds the bird's advice. He kills Rain, eats Fafnir's roasted heart, and takes Fafnir's treasure. And he embarks on a new quest, to ride to Hinderfell and find Brynhild the Valkyrie.
What crazy birds. What's the word? Deceitful birds. I'm not sure if that's the right word, but whatever. Let's go through here.
What's she doing?
Lighting a fire.
She's making light. She's making a fire.
Now I have to go back.
She'll be safe. What's her plan? What's she thinking?
I died twice and the darkness is already to the elbow. This one I've already seen. We are missing 5, I think. One should be here. Let's quickly go there.
Get through. She has to be. Get up. Get up. What are you doing?
Now
Where is she going?
can
Faster, faster. Keep going. Keep going. What is she doing? Stop. Stop. Keep going.
I can light this torch. Now, one question I have is, okay, so through here and why can I not? I need to focus on this first. Now the last room of this chapter should be directly behind this door. Really? Or very soon behind this door.
Dillian. She can't help but think of him. A tender guiding flame in a world so black. The longer it burned,
the more she convinced herself that there was nothing beyond its reach. How little separates us from what we fear.
Still further to go. Go down. She has to. Keep the torch.
Sigurd learns that Brynhild had once disobeyed Odin, and so he had her punished, stuck her with a sleep thorn, and put her body within a rampart of burning shields.
Okay.
Only a man who knew no fear would ever reach her. But like me, Sigurd is fearless and passes through the flames,
Like you?
just as I did, and wakes the sleeping warrior girl. She teaches him the secret wisdom of runes, namely victory runes, ship runes, runes for persuasion, runes for truth, runes for healing and help, runes for perception and power. Like Sigurd, the greatest young warrior of the north, you must learn the secrets of the runes to fight amongst the gods in hell.
So 4 runes left in the last chapter. Now ooh, hands. Ugh. Ugh. Oh. I didn't remember this. Dylan, you're coming.
I hear you. I'm coming for you.
Torch.
Coming.
Dylan. Dylan. Dylan.
Dillian, I see you. No. You're not taking it from me.
Let's fight this.
I can smell your
No.
betrayed your god.
I am leaving with him.
Turn your back on me. That is why Dillian will rot in hell. Carve me to my shadow.
No, I don't want your shadow. Whew. Ooh. I think I did this only with mirror part, mirror attacks. First time. Whew.
Breathe them dark. Put out the light.
Whew.
You can hear him. Is he fine?
Did I do it already? Wow! Wow, I died so many times the first playthrough. Ooh. Shit. Shit. Now I have a...
People think of evil as an unnatural.
I had a drink in my hands. I just thought I finished it. I took the drink into my hands and now my t-shirt and my pants are wet. Great. Let's quickly put on the other pants. Okay. Whew. T-shirt is nearly okay. So, okay. Let's continue.
Invisible force. So invoke the gods for protection. But evil can come from the hand behind the gods. A familiar hand. Cold and cruel. He tried to fix her with his rituals. Kept her trapped in that hole. She couldn't say which was worse. The darkness. Or the monster that her father had become. She couldn't fight them both. And so she left, headed for the one ray of light that shone down on her. If she had stayed, she wouldn't have survived. But maybe Dillian would still be alive.
I'm so sorry, my love.
Okay.
She will save his soul. Even if this time she can't save her own.
Forgive me, Senua. I know you have no reason to trust me anymore.
Listen.
But believe this. It was my mission to make you hate. To hate the darkness with a passion so great it would focus your mind on this quest.
Yeah, of course. It was all in the better. For the better for her.
All this time, I wanted to protect you from the truth that would have destroyed you a long time ago. But you have conquered your darkness at every turn. You deserve to see behind the veil of darkness.
Then take me to the mountain.
survive what is in there.
Okay. Okay.
Mother, I won't let the darkness trick me again. I know you're safe with the gods. I can feel Hela's gaze, searching for secrets inside of me. Secrets that even I can't see. I'm not here to fight my past. I'm here for Dillion. I will fulfill my vow, whatever the cost.
Okay.
The Northmen say the world will come to an end. They call this Ragnarok.
We have heard
The
that
destiny of the
already.
gods. First, there will be a terrible winter, 3
Terrible
years long.
winter.
Then,
Okay.
mankind will turn on itself. Brothers will fight each other to the death, and people will forget what they owe their kindred. Times will be hard. Crimes will be great. It will be an age of axes and swords. The wind will blow through abandoned halls. Wolves will walk where children played. The world will fall into ruin.
What of this hasn't happened yet? What of this hasn't happened yet? A really long winter. I think that has happened. Brothers fighting brothers. Didn't it happen in England? Age of Axes and Swords. That happened. Wolves play where wolves are where children's played. That's so generic. That has happened for sure already. Yeah. I did it. Too easy. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. was stuck. That's so annoying.
Behind you!
Whew.
Finish this!
I've done it. Okay.
How will she do it?
Whew. Glitchy door.
What will she do? How's she going to find his actual soul? Where does Ella keep the souls? How will she get it? Ella wants it. She must bargain. No. She'll kill her. She cannot bargain with Ella. She's not strong enough to kill her. What does Ella
Okay.
No one can bargain with Ella. What does Ella want? What can she give her? She could give her her own soul. No, she can see it. The bridge. She can't cross the bridge. It's broken. She has to fix it. It's too dangerous. She's done it before. She can't.
We've nearly done it.
She can. She can. She'll do it again.
Already Monday, but
So you have to try. She'll never make it. She can see it. The bridge. She can't cross the bridge. It's broken. She has to
we
fix
will
it.
repair
It's
it.
dangerous. She's done it before. You have to fight her. Be powerful. The final battle. Get his soul back. It's the final task.
Yes, it is.
We are nearly done.
This isn't just a broken bridge, is it? Mother, you showed me how to see further. To see the hidden wonders in our world and explore new paths into the unknown. To lead so that others may follow, or to warn so that they may avoid. That is our gift and our duty. I'm not going to look away in fear anymore.
The Northmen say the gods will fight their last battle at Ragnarok. Their watchmen will blow the horn that can be heard through the whole world. And Odin will speak with the severed head of Mimir, which gives him good counsel. The land of the giants will thunder with the sound of their army on the move. The gods will assemble. The dwarves will leave their stones. The frost giants will come from the east. The Midgard serpent will turn up the waves. Eagles will scream and tear at the corpses with their yellow beaks. The ship of the dead will set sail.
Wow. All at Ragnarok. Okay.
She can do it. She can do it. She can still see the secrets.
Now there are still
Special.
2
She must see.
runestones missing.
She can see the secrets.
Are both
There's an illusion. She's
back there?
There's a way. She can see it. She must align herself. She can do it. There's the door. She aligns herself.
Okay.
It's there.
Maybe both are there. We will see. One is here.
The Northmen say that at Ragnarok, the gods will face a ship full of their foes, which Loki has steered to Asgard.
Oh.
It carries the fire giants, the wolf that will eat the sun, and all kinds of dark creatures. Surt will join them with his sword of
Surt?
fire, The cliffs will crash. Trolls will walk the land. Men will tread the road to hell. And the heavens will split open.
Crazy. And then? And then
said each god will do battle at Ragnarok. Odin will fight the monstrous wolf and be killed, but his son will avenge him.
What an event.
The heart of the beast. Freyr will face Surt, but he had given his sword away for love, and without it, he cannot defend himself against the flames. Thor
Freyr?
will
Who is
smite
that?
the Midgard serpent to no avail. The sun will grow black, the earth will sink into the sea, the stars will disappear, fire and water will meet, steam will shoot up, flames will play against the sky, the heavens and earth and all the world will be burned, all the gods will be dead, and the warriors of Valhalla and the people everywhere. Senua, prepare yourself for Ragnarok. For it is nigh.
It is nigh? Wow. Whew. Ooh. And done. Whew. Now the bridge is complete. I think the bridge is complete. I'm quite tired, but not much more to do. Only some fights, I think. I think all the puzzles are done. Wow. Did I have to take that way? I think not. Whatever. Whew. Okay. Whew. Whew.
It's nearly over. Finish it. Watch out! You're stronger. Focus. Focus now.
Whew. Whew.
Behind you.
Those are dangerous.
Use your sword. Behind you.
Whew. Whoa. Ooh. No, 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 no. No.
She's hurt. She won't make it.
Whew. Ooh.
Senua, turn back. It's too dangerous.
Oof. Whew. Behind me. Ooh. Wow. Whew. Whew. Wow. Wow.
Wait. What? What happens when she dies? What happens to us? What happens to us? We die too. Do we die too? We die too. I don't want to.
We'll all die someday.
I don't want to die.
And when everyone's gone, even the gods will die.
We don't want to die. I don't want to die. Senua, stop.
Turn back.
Stop. Stop her.
The only thing left
Stop her. Senua, stop. What happens to
is
us?
the end boss. And those damn voices should just shut up. Whew.
I don't want to die.
You don't need to die.
I didn't ask you to be a part of me. If you don't want to die with me, then leave me alone.
I don't want to die. Please stop. 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 You'll never come back if you go there.
There is nothing to go back to.
We only have each other now. Don't abandon me.
Everyone suffers. They were right about me.
Listen to me, not them. They are afraid. Like children scared of the dark.
So was I.
They made up monsters to fill the void. That doesn't make them real.
They made them real.
No!
Follow your soul and let go of the Senua of old. For there lies your weakness, and the darkness will find it.
Thing is, anxieties from things that are not real
Like the old stories.
are still real.
The noble warrior facing evil in search of victory and honor. Clear dividing lines. No. Oh, this place is not quite like that. It's as if it knows that true torment lies within. Memories you cannot defeat, cannot escape. This is her hell. Gods betray us.
The man I was before Druth. Was a true coward, Senua.
Who isn't a coward in the beginning?
He was well traveled. I spoke both their tongue and ours. So they took me as a slave. I thought I could help to broker peace. Or at least stay their hands from slaughter. But under torture, I did no such thing. I led them to the treasures and slaves they sought. But I wasn't the only one. Another came to the Northmen willingly, offering a bargain, a man in black from your lands. And he was offered safe passage for his treason. In the end, Senua, it isn't the gods that cause us so much suffering, but those closest to us.
That man in black, was that symbol?
No. I'm here for Delia. Mother!
Don't be like this. Turn away, Senua.
Look away.
You see it, Senua.
What a father.
You see the
Forces
darkness, faces fear and suffering.
to its child to watch the mother get burned alive. What human
I remember it.
burns anyone alive?
She
What
has nothing to
human
fear anymore.
forces
The
anyone
gods have saved your mother
to watch anyone
through my hands.
burn alive? That's something.
It is the will of the gods.
Fuck the gods! You did this to her!
That sentence kinda.
This is what happens when you listen to the voices of the underworld. They crawl into your soul and rot you from the inside.
That is
Defy
something
the
I
gods like your
just
mother.
cannot
Darkness
understand
will
anymore.
come for you too. You understand, son?
I do understand. You cursed me with your own madness. I was just a child. You created this darkness! You created this darkness so you could hide behind it!
Only suffering brings salvation.
Yeah, forcing anyone to watch a relative or even any human to get burned alive, to even burn any human alive, it's such inhuman. And I'm glad that in these times it's something, at least in the areas I I have no idea if it's everywhere in the world. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some dark places in the world where such stuff still happens, but I'm so glad that the times of burning witches and the times of fire sacrifices are over. That's something from far in the past. It's scary how not far in the past the horrible things are from the world wars. That's relatively close time-wise to the present. It's not something my generation has experienced. It's not something most of the people who have experienced that are not alive anymore. There are still a few, not much. Yeah. But the whole thing, what horrible things parents can do to their children on a psychological level and on a physical level. It's in the game, a lot of it is, I assume, also shown symbolically. Yeah, sorry for interrupting the game here, but it's just... Yeah, it's heavy. And I think a lot of the game is portrayed very realistically. Some parts of the game, I think, are portrayed in a double meaning kind of way, realistic and in a symbolic way. And a few parts are strictly symbolic. And it's kind of difficult to tell what part of the game is what. And I don't mean to say this way that those floating symbols are real. Of course, they are not real in a kind of way like a mobile phone you can touch. But to a lot of people with these kinds of psychosis, or I don't know the proper words, it is kind of real. Just because the things themselves aren't real doesn't mean the problems from them are not. They are. If you have anxieties, if you are scared of something, if you're scared of something that is not really there, but you are scared of it, you still are scared of it. And you need to fight it. You need to find a way to either live with your anxieties, live instead of the anxieties, or to fight them, to find a way to make them go away, but often you cannot make them go away. Yeah, my avatar hands are not completely working properly. Whatever. Yeah, I assume more often than not you cannot make them go away. You only have to learn to live with them, live with the anxieties, and accept them, and maybe soften their influence, soften the heaviness of them. Now I'm talking way too much. I'm kind of talking because I'm tired and I need energy. I need to get energy to fight these fights. But yeah. What a great game. Yeah, let's continue.
The way of the gods.
It was all a lie. You are a lie! She didn't defy the gods. She defied you. And so you killed her.
You didn't pray to the gods. You prayed to your mother.
She's talking about
your mother, who was too weak to fight the darkness and abandon you.
You tortured her. You killed her. You are the darkness.
Those rituals, the years of isolation, the pain that still haunts you.
Senua.
There's no way to fight the curse within you.
Don't listen to him.
The darkness is
He's a liar.
that will destroy you.
You're a liar!
He's a liar.
No, Senua. The darkness is here. You cannot wish it away. And it will watch as you draw the last dying gasp.
I won't let you kill me.
Let's fight these. The big one there. Is the mirror full? Yeah, the mirror is full. Oof. Okay. Okay.
I can see through your darkness. You're a liar and a murderer. And if you really are Hela, then I have a sword here that can kill a god.
Yeah.
Look at you. Running forward, moving backwards to wallow in your miserable past. You're making a mistake searching for Dillion. The same mistake that killed him in the first place. I'm trying to save you from yourself. You still believe it is a lie? The plague of darkness, the butchering of Dillion by the Northmen. You saw it yourself.
No, it's done by you.
You told everyone I was cursed. They believed you. I believed you.
Tell me, Senua, where is Dillion's soul if the darkness is a lie? How you saved her?
Well, how well we saved Dillion.
He's here. I know he's here. Dillion, I know you're here. Hold on. I'll find you.
Yeah, let's fight the bosses again. The bosses, I said. So, yeah, all of them. That also means... That also means this... No, yeah, this one. And this one. Oh, two of those? So...
Watch out.
What about sword? Ouch.
Watch out.
Ooh.
Watch out.
Now here is sword.
Be careful, Sam.
Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Ouch!
to trick me again with your lies.
Maybe.
I know he's here. You took him from me. You have him.
Stop. Dillion is dead. Let him go. I'm warning
Or what? What can you do to me that you haven't already? Fight me. Come on.
you. Your own father. You betrayed the gods in search of Dillion, in search of love. Look where that's got you. Let go of the battle. Let go of redemption. Let go of Dillion.
Behind you.
Don't let your darkness hurt anyone else.
Behind you.
Yeah, I know how this battle works.
Watch out. Watch out. Careful, son.
Now I'm playing 7 hours. Minus break. So 6.5 hours about? I don't know.
Watch out.
Behind you. Behind you.
Watch out.
We haven't said it yet.
Watch out. Watch out. Let go.
Let go? Really? Really?
You're going to die. Be careful, Senua. Careful. Careful, Senua. Let go of Dillion.
Let go? Really?
Let go of your battle. Behind you.
What if I don't want? What if Senua doesn't want to let go? She fights further. And fights further. And more enemies appear. And more enemies appear. And more. And more enemies. And more. And she fights and fights and doesn't want to let go.
You're killing yourself.
And the battle continues
Behind you.
and continues and continues and continues
Watch out.
and continues
Let go of your
and
battle.
continues.
Let go of Dillion. Stop. You're killing me. Careful, Senua.
You're killing yourself. And continues.
Behind you.
And the voices help you
Behind you.
as long as you go on.
Careful.
But at one point
Watch out.
it just
Let go, Senua.
doesn't make to go on.
Let go.
you want me to believe? After all you've done to me? And to him? You're not a lie, but you're a liar! You crawled into me to confuse me and deceive me. But I know it's him. I know you have him. I'll give you my life. That's what you want, isn't it? My soul. Take it. I'll be a slave for you. I'll fight with you at Ragnarok. If you release him.
Can Hela release him? One says she has the possibilities to. But does she really?
I've got nothing left. No fear. No hate. No quest. Nothing.
Really? Nothing? If we think we have nothing left, no option.
I have no power over me.
Is that really the case?
I learned the hard way to not be afraid of death, Senua. Because a life without loss is one without love. You turn your back on death, and all you can see is the shadow that it casts. The longer you hide from it, the longer the shadow grows until all you can see is darkness. When our time comes, we must look death in the eye and embrace it as a friend. Only then can we let go of our fear. And emerge from our darkness.
Sometimes salvation comes by just by letting go thing you really think you really need, but holds you back. Sometimes you just need to let that
Never forget what it is like to see the world as a child, Senua. Every autumn leaf is like a work of art. Every rolling cloud a moving picture. Every day a new story. We too emerge from this magic, like a wave from the ocean, only to return to the sea.
let go of things that hold you back. Not let go of life. Of course not. Well, not until it really is the end.
Do not mourn the waves, the leaves, and the clouds. Even in darkness, the wonder and the beauty of this world never leaves us. It is always there, waiting to be seen again.
It's not easy to let go of things that were really important to you.
This is where my story once began.
Will be different,
So
but
it has to end here,
feel okay.
because I cannot see further than this.
Follow us. We have another story to tell.
Yeah, soon.
My friend, go with her.
This might be a part where might get copyright. Might get muted in the VOD if I do not talk too much, not enough, because this music is. Let me reduce the music. Let me reduce the music, because this is a music that I've watched some other streamer play a word of another streamer, and this music was muted, and the talk, what I talked, was cut out. So I will not talk too much here. Important, but let me check something. Yeah, let me search for something. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Can I? maybe do something like no, I cannot. Yeah, the game is just, it's extremely good, and I just want to show something else at one point in the stream, but let's wait for the end of the credits. So yeah, I already spoke about a lot of stuff that went on in my head during the game. It's a really important game to me. Because so many different topics are touched, and yeah, it's mainly the part about anxieties and the part about difficult family members, not necessarily parents. In my case, of course, parents can be annoying and difficult sometimes, but it's not like I had bad parents or anything. I think I was blessed with good parents, but just anxieties and difficulties in families. It's a topic that I think most people can relate to, and I think most people can relate to it more than they expect. And learning about psychosis or related issues from the game is great as well, and very important. Now, is this the everything now? Ah, okay, that's it. Now I'll close the game for a moment, and I'll show you the trailer for the next game. So great. So great. So I don't know if this will be in the word at the end, but I'll show it to you now. It's great. I'm so looking forward to this. great. This is so great. I'm so looking forward to this. Badass. Story goes on. I'm so looking forward to this. I'm so looking forward to this. Yeah, search for Senuas Saga Hellblade 2 official reveal trailer. Game Awards 2019, so what I would expect the game soon, but I don't know. So yeah. Okay. So that's that. And now again, what I think is really important to watch after the game. Yeah, let's watch this feature, Hellblade feature. It's translated wrong, but yeah, I think it's really important to watch it. So yeah, let's watch it.
Stormy seas and lost souls.
Who is it?
She's dreamt of this before.
It's coming. Is it?
They say dreams are visions of our memories, thoughts and fears, as seen by our inner eye. But what if each one of us is always dreaming, even when awake?
I think the subtitles will begin
And we only
shortly.
see what our inner eye creates for us.
Die German Subtitles. Ich
Is
glaube,
this what
das
happens?
Untertitel starten bald.
A world shaped by Senua's nightmares. Maybe that's why people fear seeing the world through her eyes.
Yes, she's scared.
Because if you believe that Senua's reality is twisted, you must accept that yours might be too.
That's a scene from the game we have already seen, of course. Yeah.
Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice is a video game about Senua, a Celtic warrior on a vision quest into Viking territory. But what sets our hero Senua apart is that she suffers from severe psychotic mental illness.
And it's so well done.
You can feel her coming closer. She's getting closer. They're watching.
The original idea for Hellblade was to create a classic hero's journey, a journey of suffering, but one where the fantasy world is not another planet
I
or
like the
alternate universe,
artwork,
but
kinda.
a world that is constructed in Senua's mind.
And this scene, wow.
But to do so would mean putting psychotic mental illness at the center of the experience, a subject that is still considered taboo, and a challenge that was both terrifying and exciting in equal measure. In Hellblade, the starting point was a newly discovered Celtic goddess called Senuna in Ashwell, Hertfordshire. When first discovered, her name was thought to be Senua, a name which I liked and kept. I wondered if Senua might have been a Celtic warrior like Boudica who stood up to the Romans. While the Romans had conquered all of Europe, there was a group of Celts up in the furthest reaches of the Roman
So
Empire
that's a bit
that
of
could not be
history.
conquered, the Picts. And so the Romans built a wall, called Hadrian's Wall, that spans across Britain from sea to sea to keep the Pictish barbarians at bay. The Picts were known for their war paint, painted on with woad, and their matted hair clumped with lime. And so Senua would be a barbarian Pict in this image.
What's your name?
Yeah. So Celtic, not
I haven't seen you before.
Celtic Pict, not Northmen.
Oh.
So, but
Xenos
yeah,
Doctor.
we heard that
Wait.
the Northmen were the
Orkney
enemies.
is off the coast of Scotland and was inhabited by the Picts, steeped in history and mystery, and so I made Orkney Senua's home and set the stage for a crisis. In the late 8th century, the first Vikings landed on the Orkney Islands. The population of the Picts crashed thereafter, replaced by the Norsemen of the 9th century. Were they wiped out? We don't know for sure, but it would seem likely given the reputation of the Vikings. The Northmen's brutality is legendary. High-ranking leaders and chieftains of the tribes they conquered were often offered as sacrifice to their gods. The most brutal of these sacrifices was known as the Blood Eagle.
Blood Eagle. Wow.
I imagine Senua as a young female warrior who returns home from exile to find her partner, Dillion, brutally sacrificed
Again,
to a
it's
Norse god
I
by
get
these hellish warriors from a faraway land. I imagine the horror of this moment and
Against the
how it
hot.
would have dragged her deep into mental torment.
My hairs are standing up.
No.
I came to learn that the Celts had a sophisticated and nuanced perspective on the nature of mental disorder. One term they used was gelt. A gelt is a man or woman who has been driven mad by a curse,
Currently I see I have a
battle trauma, or grief.
viewer
The gelt would take to a life in the
new
woods in
joined
search of penance, punishment,
after I
and
finished the
purgation.
game. I'm watching
And so
the
Senua became a
Hellblade
Gelt,
feature
cursed
now.
by darkness, looking for redemption in the wilds. Another word the Celts used in reference to mental disorders was truth, meaning fool, or
So
one
there
who
will be
utters the words of
spoilers in
God.
this.
They tell of the mad sinner who flees battle into exile and takes on a beastly nature, growing feathers on his body. The character called Truth in Hellblade is based on a little-known person called Findan, an 8th century Irish Celt who was captured and enslaved by the Vikings, but eventually escaped to Orkney where he became a monk.
I will tell you my
So
stories of hell.
this character is based on a
I may walk with you.
real
Upon meeting
known
Senua, it would
character.
be his stories that fuel her quest deep into their world of gods.
The Northmen say the world will come to an
Hmm.
end.
The sun will grow black, the earth will sink into the sea, the stars will disappear, fire and water will meet, flames will play against the sky.
The heavens and earth and all the world will be burned, all the gods will be dead, and the warriors of Valhalla and people everywhere.
Prepare yourself for Ragnarok, for it is nigh.
So the stage was set for a new adventure, a journey into the Norse underworld called Hell, a vision quest fueled by madness and myth, a fantasy that was created by Senua's own mind, and one that we would experience through her eyes.
This is your mission. This is your quest. There is nothing else left.
To make a game about a warrior with psychotic mental illness as its central theme was fraught with danger. Mental illness such as psychosis is still
big
taboo and rarely
undertaking.
acknowledged in a century of cinema, never mind the new medium of games. Where it does feature, it often conflates psychosis and psychopathy associated with a lack of empathy. It is unfortunate that these two words sound so similar that they are used interchangeably in media. I must admit that I didn't have to look very far to discover my own ignorance of the subject. So we reached out to Paul Fletcher, psychiatrist and professor of health neuroscience at University of Cambridge.
Psychosis is a descriptive term, and it refers to having a loss of contact with objective reality. So it's characterized by two main sets of symptoms. One of them is hallucinations, where somebody experiences perceptions when there is no actual objective thing out there to perceive. And the other is delusions, where somebody comes to very often bizarre, unpleasant, frightening beliefs when there's no good evidence in favour of them.
There's no doubt about it. The source of the darkness is in Helheim. And the goddess Hela holds his soul there.
We reached out to Welcome, a biomedical research charity that spends billions on research and awareness programs aimed at improving health.
Mental health hasn't always been presented in the media in a way that is particularly helpful. It can be challenging to engage people with the subject matter, and there are a lot of preconceived ideas about mental health, and particularly schizophrenia and psychosis. So we hope our support allows the team to continue to collaborate with Paul Fletcher and with those who have experience of psychosis to create a game that provides a fresh perspective on the condition and allows audiences to engage with it in a way that just wouldn't be possible in any other medium.
What started out as a brief consultation convinced me that we were only scratching the surface of an immensely deep and interesting subject that could enrich and change the very nature of the game.
That's cool, thanks so much.
It's important to take such topics very
I'd love to be involved. It's fascinating.
Our understanding of psychosis is still very much a mystery, and ways of treating it are still primitive compared to physical illness. After all, it is easy to see the pain and suffering caused by physical diseases or physical trauma. It is not so easy to see the mental suffering and trauma of severe mental illness. But what if we could find a way to see it? Games are capable of drawing you in for hours on end, playing the role of a character who is different from you, experiencing their perspective, and actively involving you in a world that functions with a different set of rules.
This is so true, but nobody realizes it. Or
if we were to represent Senuas psychosis, we would have to simulate voice hearing, a common attribute. But how can we simulate something we have no first-hand experience of? Professor Charles Fernyhough, a leading expert in voice hearing from Durham University, offered his help.
Hearing voices is an experience that is usually associated with severe mental illness, and crucially we know that hearing voices is a part of ordinary life for many people who don't meet the criteria for mental illness.
Yeah. Oh, that's not him in real life.
We know voices vary according to where they appear in space. Voices can appear far away in the distance, they can appear right there in your ear, they can seem to be coming from inside your head.
Based on the information Professor Fernyhough provided, I put together a sound brief and invited some actors to the studio. We recorded the actors using a binaural microphone, which records the 3D spatial position of sound, replicating the way sound is heard by human ears.
Well made.
It gives you an incredible sense that the person you are listening to is right there beside you.
See how she's going.
Rachel Waddingham from the Voice Collective came to our studio with 2 young voice hearers to speak to our team. We talked at length about their experiences, and they listened to our tests, giving us feedback on how we could improve on it.
Everyone hates her.
It's very hard to represent what this experience is like, partly because it's such a personal, intense, emotional experience. It's testament to how Ninja Theory have been listening to what the researchers are saying, but also, crucially, listening to the experts by experience. What they've come up with is so compelling. It's by far the best representation I've heard of what these experiences are like.
Other common attributes of psychosis are visions and flashbacks. We met with Recovery College East, who work with and care for people recovering from severe mental disorders. A group of service users gave us their first-hand account of what they experience.
Sometimes when the visions or what we're seeing is too much, it becomes more difficult until eventually we perhaps don't see anything.
The people we spoke to, the stories they told, were fascinating, harrowing and mind-boggling. The reality of what people experienced was vivid, far exceeding what I could possibly have imagined. We went away itching to represent some of these visions and flashbacks in the game.
Everything seems to be coming closer and bigger all the time. Es wird größer und kleiner die ganze Zeit. Kommt näher und weiter. Alles ist in Stücke wie ein Foto, das zerstückelt wurde und wieder zusammengesetzt wurde. Farben sehen heller aus, wie als ob sie leuchten.
just wanna feel deeper, deeper.
Manchmal wirkt die Welt wie ein Kaleidoskop in einem Kaleidoskop und ist schön. Wenn ich mich schnell bewege, ist es schwer für Dinge wahrzunehmen und belastet das Gehirn. Irgend sowas. Wellen und Schmelzen von Wänden macht mir übel. Das Gehirn schaltet sich aus, alles wird schwarz. Alles wird dunkel.
To refine our work, we continue to hold meetings with Recovery College East over the course of a year and a half, showing them what we had achieved so far and refining the in-game representations based on their feedback. With their help, flashbacks, visions and changes in perception were woven into the story and gameplay of Senua.
The students that are involved in this project are incredibly excited about being involved. They have described the experience as being important because it values their lived experience and shows that despite what we have been through, all of that experience becomes valid, that actually it's something that we should all be talking about.
The experiences described range from beautiful to frightening beyond comprehension. I heard of a girl who has to live with an angry voice screaming at her, slamming on her doors and walls 24 hours a day. I met someone who would often see hanging corpses in a room, so real that she would sometimes try to rescue them. The panic and fear that comes with such visions is entirely understandable, and it can be a living horror for some.
Worthless.
Always again.
Pathetic. Go on. Feel sorry for
Interesting
yourself,
to watch
because
this
there's
again.
No one left to do that for you.
Yeah.
I was urged by one fellow that we should not shy away from showing this horror, and so I was perpetually torn in making Hellblade. Had we gone too far with our representations or not far enough?
Broke and lost. Just like your sword.
I think it's a good balance that they have done.
In some ways, voice hearing and visions were the low-hanging fruit, so to speak. There's another aspect of psychosis that is much harder to explain, but one that I think video games are uniquely able to represent, which are often called delusions.
People begin to see patterns in the world. They begin to link things that most people wouldn't link. Most of the things that we might think would be coincidence or, not worth commenting on. Nevertheless, that might have a particular salience or importance for them.
One individual described how everyday words, sounds, colours and objects were steeped in meaning to him, forming a strange and sinister puzzle that he was determined to solve but could not quite get to the bottom of.
It's not just brain dysfunction. It's not like the system shut down. It's actually an incredibly creative process. The person creates a world populated with voices and phantasms and terrors, and they're completely immersed in it. They believe in it.
We often invite people into the studio to play the game. In one of our playtests, they played through much of the game, making associations between runes, secret messages.
Yeah, it's... Is real really just what is real? Or is what is in our minds, is that real? Are our delusions really not real? And I think in some way everyone has some small delusions. Maybe bigger ones, who knows, but I don't think everyone is... I don't think anyone is completely free of delusions. But yeah.
And the threat of darkness that stalked them. There are many things that happen in the world of Hellblade that make perfect sense within the context of Senua's mind. The dark rot that's killing her slowly from within, the secret runes of the gods that block her path to Helheim, and strange associations that exist in the game to confuse you. To complete Senua's quest, you have to internalize and accept the logic and meaning behind these things to progress. Afterwards they said that they didn't see much evidence of mental illness in the game. People with delusions of all sorts would argue the same thing, that they are not aware of their experience being abnormal in any way.
I need this sword. It's important.
Representing perception changes and thinking patterns within Hellblade gives us a set of symptoms common in psychosis. But people with lived experience were keen to emphasize another point, that it is wrong to define a person by their symptoms. Quite often, the illness comes not from the symptoms, but from the stigma, isolation and mistreatment that comes about from the rest of society.
You're different, you're wrong, and that's exactly that is wrong.
What if they're right?
To say that.
I needed someone to portray Senuas, someone who could believably internalize her suffering.
And you found the perfect person for that. In my opinion.
Melina Jurgens, our video editor, had been a stand-in for Senua over a few months while we perfected our motion capture techniques.
So great.
Without realizing it, she had already auditioned for the role, and I knew her well enough to know that I didn't have to teach her to act, but to relive her own internal pain. As often is the case, those who have suffered mental anguish are never far from us. My hope is that by creating a compelling and aspirational character in Senua who feels very much real, albeit in a fantasy setting, we can provide a lens into her reality, a different one to yours, and this is where storytelling comes into play. I imagined her life based on common threads in real people's lives. She was always prone to psychosis as a child. Her mother Galina also heard voices and had visions, so perhaps there was a genetic aspect. Or perhaps it was cultural, as she lived within a world without science, of gods and a superstition, as exemplified by her druid father Zimbal. Psychosis developed in her late teens to early 20s and was exacerbated by stigma and isolation at the hands of the clansmen and her father.
This darkness. It's spreading.
The trauma of seeing her lover Dillian sacrificed tips her over the edge, making her remodel her reality around a concept that connects everything: the darkness. So the question is, what Senua experiences real? Can only be answered by saying, yes, it is real. It is her reality.
All of her suffering will have been for nothing. It's just a matter of time.
Towards the end of the project, service users and professionals that had collaborated with us were invited to see the near-final game. It was a chance to see if the game had reflected their views or if it had misrepresented them.
For me, being involved in especially developing Senua's character has been really important, and being able to bring in my perspective and what I see and what I hear, and having that built into the game has been a real privilege. It's gritty,
yeah,
and it's meaty,
yeah.
And there are some tough subjects in there that are being tackled with honesty.
That's great. It's so great, this game. Wow. I can just repeat it again and again.
I was blown away by it today, absolutely blown away. It was just fantastic to get the opportunity to use our lived experience in a very creative way.
In my opinion,
nothing tokenistic about the work we've put in. It feels like we've been listened to, things have been taken on board, and I think there was a lot of realism in the game itself, and it feels very authentic.
In my opinion, the best game of the decade.
Hellblade will give people a good experience of what it's like to hear voices and have those experiences. I'm glad that the guys at Ninja Theory kind of asked us to come along and help them build an experience that's positive when it comes out, and get myself a copy and have a go.
I wonder how many times I'll replay it.
I think all the way through I was really inspired by how the conversations have translated into the game in a way that I think I didn't imagine was possible. So wonderful, really wonderful.
really hope that others will follow the lead they've set and use the power of something like a video game to change people's perceptions, to increase understanding, and ultimately to make some of the stigma around voice hearing and other experiences go away.
For me, it was really exciting to see something that I explore scientifically being represented so beautifully in a character who's trying to penetrate the mysteries of the environment in which they've been placed, with all of this strange uncertainty and noise and conflicting information that they're getting. I'm very excited by this way of trying to represent mental illness, because I think it actually might be offering us insights that we wouldn't get from pure scientific explorations, and actually giving us quite an empathic view of what it might be like.
If you concentrate on the gameplay,
has been with us for as long as we have been on this planet, but why? Why hasn't evolution stamped out this weakness from within our gene pool?
Oh, this is so
I
important.
often pondered this question until I realized that the question had an inbuilt flaw. It assumes that being and thinking differently is a weakness. The only reason we have computers, spacecraft, medicine, poetry, art, and yes, even video games is because individuals are able to simulate new abstract realities in their minds and share them with the rest of us. We need people to be willing to see differently in order for us to progress and survive as society. And we need to be open to these new ways of seeing. And it is this spirit that motivated me to create Senuas' story and share it with you.
These are so important sentences. The game is great if you concentrate on the gameplay. The game is great if you concentrate on what insights you get. The game is great audible. It's just wow. Whew. Yeah. Now I've played 7 hours and 50 minutes. I've played through the game completely, 100%. I think maybe I missed some phase in a wall or something. I don't know. We've watched the trailer. I've watched the Hellblade feature. Soon it's 2 o'clock in the night, and yeah, it's time to end the stream.